Outbreak is a community gaming event catered to our competitive and casual players. You'll find our grassroots community-led tournaments in the main stage, giving our local community players the spotlight to show off their skills. We have community activities such as casual gaming corners, plushie parades, stamp rallies, and doodle boards to keep casual players engaged. Play and connect through your favorite games. We also have artists and merchant exhibitors. Bring home something memorable from the event by dropping by their booths, because I know I will. Celebrate community, gaming, and art. Play and connect here at Outbreak Cebu. Chase the tides with us this year at One Tree Plaza Hotel from July 25 to 26. See you there!
Okay, so let's start the tournament. Hello everyone, welcome to midweek smoke number 6. Officially starting the tournament right. Actually, 32 check-ins with only 30 ready. I might give this a minute. Okay. Okay, we'll be starting the tournament now, technically. 32 check-ins. So, good luck to everyone who managed to make it in. Starting in 3, 2, and I'm starting it. $15 tables. Okay, 30 people managed to make it in. We are officially starting. Let me take my dice. $15-sided. Table 11. Oh, interesting. Okay. Actually, we'll just see who's currently available right now, who's managed to join. Is starting. Okay. Okay, we have a pair that has officially come in. Okay, so for the very first match here, we are going to have Lawrence VGC versus Brian Crisostomo. So, yeah. Okay. So right now we're just waiting for Brian Crisostomo. So, Brian, if you are watching the stream, your opponent is looking for you. Alright, welcome to the very first match of midweek smoke number 6. It's the 6th midweek smoke. That means it's been a month and a half. No, it's been almost 3 months, I think, since this happens every other week. So, I suppose this is about the 3rd month we've been doing this. So, yeah, hats off to us, guys. Anyway, the first match of this night will be with Lawrence VGC versus Brian Crisostomo. Zone. So we see here that Zone is using one of the newer variations of the Big Six that uses for a giraffe and Sylveon over Floette. And I believe this is the team that also uses, yeah, it's correct, it has a double Mega with Aerodactyl and Charizard. And when we look at Lawrence's team here, his Raichu is carrying the Raichu Knight Y, and that Charizard also has the Charizardite Y. Apologies, getting a bit tongue-tied here. But yeah, both of these trainers appear to be using some form of variation of the Charizard Y team, but who comes out on top remains to be seen, honestly. And I can't wait to see these two play. And here we go, the very first match of the tournament is starting. So we see that Zone is starting off with Aerodactyl and Garchomp. Very usual lead for this kind of team, but Lawrence here a bit on the back foot considering he's bringing out the Raichu. He does have fake out pressure with that Raichu, and as well as the Encore pressure on the next turn, but Aerodactyl is fast. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to Encore that Aerodactyl quite easily with that Garchomp also in play. Then again, that Garchomp's not able to freely do whatever it wants, considering the Sylveon on Lawrence's side is, well, it's on the field, and neither of these Pokemon on Zone side actually want to be hit by that Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice. And just like that, the Zone will be pulling out his Aerodactyl and switching in that Farigiraf. On the other hand, the Raichu on Lawrence's side will be Mega Evolving this turn. Question is, will it be going for the Fake Out into the Garchomp? But it won't be able to anymore, because that Farigiraf coming in and the Armor Tail just prevents it completely. Zone coming in hot here with a turn 1 KO on that Mega Raichu Y and using Earthquake with his Garchomp. Just his partner Farigiraf, on the other hand, yeah, it's a Farigiraf. It really doesn't mind too much taking a hit, but the damage has been done. This Garchomp has traded itself for that Mega Raichu Y, so Lawrence has lost his Mega Evolution, his Mega Pokemon on the very first turn. However, that Farigiraf on the side of Zone doesn't look too healthy. It was brought down to its Citrus Berry, and well, it's at about 44%. Most people say that you can't take down Farigiraf in 2 hits. Well, the first hit's been done, and this Farigiraf is still standing strong, of course, but again, it's not the fastest Pokemon on the field. We also don't know the speed interaction between this Farigiraf and this Sylveon. So it could be faster, it could be a little slower. Normally it doesn't want to be too fast since it is a Pokemon that thrives in the Trick Room. But yeah, we will be seeing that Lawrence will be bringing in his Incineroar here, while Zone, Brian Crisostomo, will be sending out his Aerodactyl right next to that Farigiraf. Intimidate will be coming out. This Aerodactyl will not be able to Mega Evolve, nor its damage be as strong as it once was. Incineroar being here also highly threatens the Farigiraf. Looking at the team sheet, it does have Throat Chop, and what a long throat that Farigiraf has. Incineroar, usually known for its support and defensive qualities, it's not afraid to take a hit, or well, dish one out. Oh, I stand corrected, right? It was Lawrence who Mega Evolved earlier. Zone is still able to Mega Evolve his Pokemon, and it will be this Aerodactyl. Farigiraf, seeing that it might not be able to survive the rest of the turn, goes for a helping hand, and Rock Slide will unfortunately miss the super effective hit on the Incineroar, and will also fail the KO into the Sylveon. That means, yes, this Incineroar going for that Throat Chop immediately into the Aerodactyl, not into the Farigiraf, but it didn't really have to. Incineroar hurt that Aerodactyl, and Sylveon decided, I'm gonna finish the job on this Farigiraf as well. And we see that the final two Pokemon on Zone side will be that King Gambit and the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl a little worse for wear here. 13% HP remaining, but that Sylveon is also not exactly in the best position. Although it can detect, it doesn't have anything else. It can't really do much with this King Gambit on the field. The King Gambit should be able to knock it out with a single Sucker Punch, but that doesn't even happen. It doesn't even go for the Sucker Punch. Aerodactyl, despite being at -1 from the Intimidate, manages to take out the Sylveon fairly handily with that Rock Slide. Incineroar, not wanting to go down, doing nothing, goes for a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit, and unfortunately does not get the KO. King Gambit sees the opportunity and goes, you look a little heavy there, buddy. Kicks it right in the shin with that low kick, knocks it out. Lawrence, who was prior to this turn leading, is now sadly on the back foot. Now we know that the King Gambit on Zone side does have the low kick, so it can threaten the one-hit KO into the King Gambit on Lawrence's side though. The bigger question is, will this be a speed tie? Lawrence can, of course, just go for the Sucker Punch into the opposing King Gambit, but that's quite a risk considering it is going to be resisted. But what other option does he have? Of course, if the opposing player also goes for the Sucker Punch, it once again goes on a speed tie. Someone's gotta go first, and I'm wagering Lawrence needs it to be him in order to win this game. Or well, even if... Oh, okay, we do see that Lawrence will use Sucker Punch into the King Gambit on the Zone side, and it is Life Orb. It will be taking a bit of chip, but yeah, it just doesn't do enough damage. Dual Wing Beat goes into the King Gambit on Lawrence's side, doesn't do as much damage after that Intimidate, but we know for sure that Zone here is going to be coming for that King Gambit with a low kick, knocking it down on its shin and down to its knees and back into its Pokeball. Game 1 will be going to Brian Crisostomo, Zone. Again, this is a best of 3. Every match in these tournaments will be best of 3. So all the players will have to win twice. If anything, we can also call it a first to 2. Here we are with the second game of the first round. Again, Lawrence VGC versus Brian Zone Crisostomo. Game 1 was taken by Brian Zone Crisostomo here, very conservatively using his Pokemon here. And despite the early trade, he managed to bring it back really easily. Lawrence is gonna have to think of something here. His fake out was faked out by that Farigiraf earlier on. But will he be making any adjustments for that? Maybe he won't opt for the Raichu fake out on the second game. Maybe he'll go straight on the offensive. Or maybe he'll still try to go for it. You never know. Perhaps Zone decided, maybe I won't bring the Farigiraf this time around. But again, we can't predict it until the game actually begins. Interestingly, neither of these players have opted to go for the Charizard mode on their teams, going for that secondary Mega instead. The Raichu on Lawrence VGC side and Aerodactyl on Zones. But, well, we're not gonna have to guess any longer because both players have locked in their choices and they are starting. Zone will now be leading with King Gambit instead of the Aerodactyl, and Lawrence not making any adjustments to his side here other than swapping the place of both the Sylveon and the Raichu. Practically the same leads though. Garchomp is still free to wreak havoc, but at the same time, if it does get faked out, it's not going to be able to do much and the Sylveon will be able to do whatever it wants. But if it does get faked out, King Gambit's going to have a field day with whoever it wants to hit, and I don't think this Sylveon on Lawrence's side is going to appreciate getting hit by a... Apologies, I had to double check. Oh, actually, yeah, it's not going to appreciate getting hit with an Iron Head. Yeah, we will be seeing that this Raichu will Mega Evolve once again on turn 1. And it goes straight for the Zap Cannon actually, doesn't even try to go for Focus Blast. Instead goes for the Zap Cannon immediately. And Garchomp, yeah, well, Stomping Tantrum isn't as strong as Earthquake, but it definitely does the job enough. Now I'm going to guess this Sylveon will in fact be going for that Hyper Voice here. Able to knock out both of these Pokemon on Zone side, I believe. Yeah, the Zap Cannon was just enough to take out the King Gambit and the Garchomp. I don't think that was too bad of a trade for the Mega. Yeah, Sylveon just cleaning up. Raichu was kind of a bait and switch here. Sylveon with that Hyper Voice manages to take out both Garchomp and that weakened King Gambit. The paralysis, I want to believe, is very, very necessary. Lawrence coming back strong. Sylveon barely has any damage on it, and well, Aerodactyl has come back once more. Now the thing is with both of the Pokemon on Zone side is the Farigiraf has Trick Room, but the Aerodactyl also has Tailwind. Neither of them really, well, Aerodactyl will thrive in the Tailwind, but Farigiraf may or may not. In Trick Room, however, nothing it can do. But yeah, it will be Mega Evolving as well. Most likely it'll go for a Rock Slide. It is the fastest thing on the field here. Helping Hand will once again be going into that Aerodactyl, and we saw that it can do a pretty good deal of damage here despite the Intimidate. And it does do about 51% into the Incineroar. Hyper Voice taking out as well 50% on the opposing Aerodactyl side, but Incineroar unfortunately not able to do anything there. Yeah. Lawrence will be calling his Incineroar back, and instead he'll be sending out King Gambit. Farigiraf on Zone side going for the same play, Helping Hand into the Aerodactyl. Sylveon goes for a Detect, trying to protect itself just a little more, just to save some time. King Gambit here taking that Rock Slide very, very well. This King Gambit may be the winning piece for Lawrence here, but looking at the team sheets, this King Gambit does not have any steel moves. Instead, it has Kowtow and Sucker Punch. Well, we do see that the Rock Slide barely did any damage there. It may be worth it for Lawrence to bring his Incineroar back just to take another hit and get the... Well, he can't have Fake Out Pressure due to the Farigiraf, but Intimidate goes a long way. King Gambit barely takes any damage, and the Farigiraf on the opposing side only has Psyshock. It is not going to be able to do anything for this King Gambit. But yeah, we won't be seeing the King Gambit slot switch. Instead, it will be the Sylveon slot going for the Incineroar once again. Intimidate coming back, hurting this Aerodactyl quite badly. Dual Wing Beat, not a Rock Slide. Unfortunately, not the move you want to see here. Or not the move Zone was probably wanting to use. Kowtow will knock out this Aerodactyl, and this lone Farigiraf on Zone side will not be able to do anything into this King Gambit. He's gonna have to think of ways to take back the game for game 3, but yeah, we will be seeing the forfeit, and just like that, we will be going into game 3. Okay, we are in game 3. And yeah, we are seeing a repeat of game 1's leads here. Okay, so apologies, there is okay, so on turn 1 here, we will be seeing that the Raichu will once again not be using Fake Out, and the Aerodactyl on Zone side free to just go for the Tailwind here. Tailwind and Earthquake. Zone starting off very well. Critical hit on the Sylveon. Very difficult and unfortunate So yeah, that Raichu just went down without able to do anything. But yeah, again we see the same trade, the exact same trade happening from game 1. Sylveon using Hyper Voice to take out the Garchomp, and well, Aerodactyl still standing. It did not Mega, however. So maybe we will be seeing the Charizard in this game. But yeah, right now this can go into either way. Okay, so yeah, we will be seeing this Charizard mode, not the Aerodactyl mode we've been seeing quite... give me a second, folks. I am resolving a ticket. Okay, sorry ladies and gentlemen. We will be seeing that Lawrence's last two Pokemon here are the Incineroar and the Kingambit, but Zone still has that Tailwind up, but it doesn't really mind the Tailwind because, yeah, fake out pressure right there. Charizard will not be able to do anything, but Aerodactyl able to flinch the Kingambit. If it can or cannot move here remains to be seen. And yeah, the Charizard flinched due to the fake out, and Kingambit will 100% go for that Swords Dance. This Kingambit is just geared to do whatever it wants. It does not care about this Charizard right now. It is in a prime position to just knock it out completely with a single Sucker Punch. One quick punch to the gut, and this Charizard is going to come crashing down. Aerodactyl is not able to do any damage into this Kingambit. Lawrence may be on his last two Pokemon, but he's definitely not out of options. That single Swords Dance probably might have won him the game, but I'm speaking preemptively here. Still, so much can happen. Zone here, seeing that that is difficult, sends out Farigiraf, making sure that the Sucker Punch does not happen. A very clutch Pokemon in the back, and Heat Wave will be coming out from the Charizard, but is not able to take out the Incineroar nor the Kingambit. Throat Chop from the Incineroar does choke out the Farigiraf here, but not enough to take it out. But the Tailwind really didn't matter petering out there, considering that... Okay, so we will be seeing a forfeit. Just like that, it seems Zone has won. Again, I spoke a little preemptively, but that's just how powerful Sucker Punch can be. And that Farigiraf basically stuffed it completely. Okay. Hello, everyone. So, I'll probably be conserving my voice a little, taking some notes from the great Francis Tyrant Tai. I wouldn't want to strain too much. I'm feeling a little under the weather, actually. So, we have a long, long night ahead of us. I have my tea prepared. I have a whole teapot here. It's for coffee, but I use it for tea. And my trusty mug. So, this mug. Oh, almost dropped it. But yeah, I will be spectating another match. I will not be commentating or casting the next match though. So, yes. Let's see who's still playing. Missed rounds. It's fair. Happens. Okay. There appears to be one match ongoing. Okay, so enjoy as this round goes on. Well, that was quick. Yeah, interestingly, there was an Electros. Um, let's see, who is not done with their match? 13 out of 15. Mango juice. Okay. I wonder how these two are doing. I actually had to resolve a team sheet error earlier with this table. I hope they are doing a little better. Mango juice and Yusha. fantastic. We just kind of came in as they... It looks like it hasn't been too long since the game started. So yeah, everyone enjoy. I'm not going to cast this one either. Gonna save my voice. So enjoy. Okay. Okay, so that was actually the last match of the round. I'm going to start the next round now. Appears someone has dropped out of the tournament. Okay, so let's see. Rolling the dice on 15 tables. And it is table 13. Oh, we've already seen those two. Table 1. It is between Patrick Angeles Borsa and Christopher Aduviso Nubilio. Oh, what a treat this is gonna be. It appears one of our competitors in this matchup will be using that Electros. So we're gonna be able to feature this Electros tonight. That's certainly something. Can't wait to see this thing play. Hopefully we will be seeing it play. Okay. So like I said earlier, we will be seeing one of these players use the Electros, and it is going to be Patrick Angeles Borsa in the red, whereas his opponent, his adversary, Christopher Aduviso Nubilio, will be using the one, the only, well, it's technically a variation. One of these Charizard Y teams, or Big Six teams, as they've come to be known. I did see a joke earlier on Twitter, I believe it was Twitter, where since the team has several variations, seven, it should be the Big 6-7, but I digress. This team on Borsa's side, though, that Electros is electrifying. It does have Flamethrower, Discharge, Giga Drain, and Protect. Now, Electros does have a very varied move pool, so we know this is the special variant. But there is a secondary Mega in that Metagross. So, something to note here that's really quite interesting is the Metagross is Impish nature. It does have an Impish stat alignment, so it is naturally defensive, more defensive than the usual. But even more interesting is this Garchomp is sporting Brick Break. It has no dragon moves, it has Brick Break to deal with screens. Not enough talking, both players have locked in, and Borsa will be leading this fight with that Garchomp and Farigiraf. And on the other side, Nubilio will be leading with Floette and Whimsicott, two fairy types ready to just take the field and go ham here. So this Floette is not the Calm Mind variant, it is the one with Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and Light of Ruin. It will be able to do massive amounts of damage from the get-go. It is running a Timid nature, so it should be a little faster than the usual. But Whimsicott is always here to just go for the Tailwind. Borza not wanting either of the opponent's Pokemon to knock out his Garchomp, switches it out for that Metagross, so I suppose we will not be seeing the Electros mode this game. And just like clockwork, the Floette on Nubilio's side will be Mega Evolving, and we will not be seeing a Tailwind here with the threat of Trick Room so in your face. And both Floette and Whimsicott will be attacking that Farigiraf, successfully knocking it out. That meme where everyone says that it's impossible to take out Farigiraf in a single turn, well, that Farigiraf just went down in a single turn, so that sure was something. And sadly, this Garchomp, this dragon, is gonna have to come back out in place of its partner Farigiraf, which has just returned into its Pokeball. Yeah, facing down two fairies is not exactly the one thing Garchomp wants to do. However, its partner here, the Metagross, is in a pretty good position to go for... It does have Meteor Mash as its steel move of choice. It also has Psychic Fangs and Body Press. I don't know what happened to Borza here that he has both Brick Break and Psychic Fangs. Perhaps he's had to deal with one too many Sable Eyes or Grimmsnarls, but yeah, that Floette on Nubilio's side will be swapping out for its partner King Gambit. If this Metagross has chosen to go for a Meteor Mash into that Floette slot, it will not be doing very much damage into that King Gambit. But yeah, since the Farigiraf is gone, Nubilio sees, you know what, I can just Tailwind right here, it's gonna be free. And yeah, we will be seeing the Meteor Mash go into the Whimsicott, and it hangs on with its Focus Sash. It did not target into the Mega Floette slot though. And we see that the Metagross attack will be going up just one stage due to that Meteor Mash. A little inaccurate, but it can pay dividends with that boost. But the boost's not gonna help very much if this King Gambit manages to get secure a possible knockout into the Metagross. But the partner Garchomp is still there. Metagross can protect itself and the Garchomp go for an Earthquake here. But at the same time, this King Gambit can also protect itself. The only thing that really can't protect itself here is that Whimsicott, and there is a speed advantage considering there is Tailwind on Nubilio's side. Borza, yeah, he's not gonna have any of that smoke. Switches out his Garchomp once more and sends in the Sinistcha. However, this Metagross is not able to do anything else except Meteor Mash, but I think it kind of just wants to do that anyway. Now, it will no longer be able to use Body Press into the King Gambit here unless it forgoes the one boost it's had to its attack. And yeah, we see that Kowtow cleaves its HP almost clean into the red. This Metagross is now unfortunately stuck into Meteor Mash, and when the opponent will attack, King Gambit is there to just go ham with the Sucker Punch. You know that the Metagross has no other choice but to attack using Meteor Mash here, so it it's probably in Borza's favor to swap out the Metagross. It cannot protect itself. The King Gambit on Nobilio's side will be able to just go for a Sucker Punch into that slot, or if he anticipates a switch, he can go for a Kowtow Cleave once more. The Garchomp on Nobilio's side will be using Stomping Tantrum into the former Metagross slot. And yeah, just like that, Kowtow Cleave will be hitting that Sinistra square into its slot. And Trick Room successfully does, however, go up on Borza's side. The Sinistra hanging on for dear life. Tailwind is still up on Nobilio's side, but that might not be in his favor, technically, due to the Trick Room now being up. The fastest thing on the field will now be Sinistra. Now, it did also have a Focus Sash, so there was zero chance of this King Gambit being able to take it out in one hit. And because it can't go down in one hit, it's able to just wreak a little bit of havoc here. Now, if it does go for the Matcha Gotcha, it will be hit by that Sucker Punch. But no, it doesn't. It goes for a Strength Sap into a Floette. Not exactly a lot of HP it can recover with the Floette, but hey, that still recovered a pretty darn good amount. And now we see exactly why this Garchomp has Brick Break. It just broke that brick that was once the King Gambit. Trick Room still up. Borza has managed to turn this around with that insane Brick Break tech on the Garchomp. It doesn't have any dragon moves though, so I'm not sure how this Garchomp's going to function in a direct Garchomp versus Garchomp mirror, but Metagross is in the back and Trick Room is still in play. So it's not completely out yet. Sinistra, on the other hand, can of course just go for Matcha Gotchas, fish for burns, as well as go for Strength Saps into the Garchomp, trying to weaken it even more. But yeah, we're just gonna see the Matcha Gotcha, but it does not burn the Garchomp, the one target it actually needed to take out. And Borza's Garchomp going for a Rock Slide, hoping to flinch either of these targets. Yeah, the Life Orb will be taking a chip out of that Garchomp's HP, 10%. But it's about to be 0% because Dazzling Gleam comes out from the Floette. A critical hit on the Garchomp on Borza's side, and it just goes down and returns into the Pokeball of its trainer. Stomping Tantrum will be hitting the Sinistra, but yeah, it's just not doing as much as you'd hope. Now, the Sinistra is also in a very good position to just go for a Strength Sap here to try and... Wait, there appears to be a team sheet error. Okay, so again, yeah, we will be seeing that Trick Room is still indeed up. This is the last turn of Trick Room. Both of these players will be... There was a team sheet error. Apparently, the Toxapex on Borza's side has leftovers, but it's written as Focus Sash on the team sheet. So, yeah, everyone, please check your team sheets. Okay, so yeah, Sinistra goes for that Strength Sap, successfully just deflects any form of damage, heals itself back up to full. Its Focus Sash still intact actually. Borza has turned this around. Stomping Tantrum will not be able to knock this Metagross out. Despite the Twisted Dimensions returning to normal, the Metagross will be standing. This Garchomp though, at -2, only its attack stat now halved completely. The Metagross will be going for a Protect, trying to buy itself just one more turn. Rock Slide coming from the Garchomp. This Garchomp just definitely just trying its best. Only does 10% into the Sinistcha, but does get the flinch, and that's, I believe, what mattered the most there. We see that Rock Slide does not even get the KO into the Metagross. And Meteor Mash will be smacking that Garchomp, knocking it out. But I believe the Rough Skin will also be knocking out this Mega Metagross. That being said, the team with the Mega Electros, despite not bringing the Electros, has won. Borza takes game 1 despite having the team sheet error actually, but he did not bring the Toxapex, so it is cleared. We will be seeing game 2. Oh, I didn't realize that the midweek smoke graphic was in the middle of the screen. Apologies. I should really just get rid of that. Okay, so we are going into game 2. The question is, will we be seeing this Mega Electros in action? Well, we know what the Big 6 can do, and the Big 6 seems to have its work cut out for it. This Metagross managed to navigate that perfectly. If the Charizard were to come out, the Electros is probably the perfect pick, but if the Floette comes out and Borza once again goes for the Metagross, it is once again, well, this is lead roulette. Whichever Mega is brought, yeah, this is gonna come down to the wire on which Mega either player brings in. So, who do we have? Well, we will be seeing Borza lead with the Garchomp and the Farigiraf here, whereas Nobilio will also be making an adjustment by leading with Whimsicott and Basculegion this time. Now, again, the Farigiraf on Borza's side probably wants to go for a Trick Room here. Well, it can, or it can just go straight for an attack into the Basculegion, considering it does have Thunderbolt and Twin Beam, or it can just go for a Helping Hand, help its partner Garchomp. But yeah, Nobilio will be going straight for a Moonblast here, not attempting to do anything, not like it can really set up the Tailwind, just because that Farigiraf does not allow for Prankster to do anything. But Rock Slide will be hitting the Basculegion, missing the Whimsicott. And yeah, Basculegion doing the most Basculegion thing it can, goes for a Wave Crash directly into this Farigiraf, disabling Borza's side from casting, or well, using Trick Room this turn, if it did in fact go for a Trick Room. Of course, it could have gone for a Thunderbolt to secure the KO on the Basculegion, but we will not be seeing that. Now, who's coming in for it? Maybe the Electros? No. Again, so we still don't know which Mega is on Borza's side, and we still also don't know what Mega is in the back for Nobilio. Basculegion a little worse for wear at 33%. 33% is not 0%, so it can still wreak havoc here. And this is a Life Orb Basculegion, one of the newer adaptations that started with Regulation B. It's not the fastest Basculegion around, but so long as its partner Whimsicott is able to use Tailwind, it will be able to just do absurd amounts of damage, really. But there's no Rage Powder coming from the opposing Sinistra. Rock Slide will not pick up the KO on the Basculegion, but successfully breaks the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott here. And yeah, unfortunate, Basculegion will be flinching. And Trick Room will still go up for Borza's side. Again, Borza here, seeing the opportunity to just go, okay, I need speed, and I don't need you to have speed, so successfully sets up Trick Room, and we will be seeing this Electros. And the Encore goes for the Sinistra. This Sinistra is now stuck doing Trick Room once again. It has no choice. The Electros isn't even able to Mega Evolve as it comes in. But Basculegion, its sacrifice well worth it. The final two Pokemon on Borza's side will be this Garchomp and this Sinistra that is stuck on Trick Room. Oh no, the Sinistra is stuck on Trick Room. This Pokemon is gonna move last and will not be doing anything other than change the speed values turn for turn. This Whimsicott has done so much damage. Now Nubelio knows that the Garchomp on Borza's side does not have any dragon moves, and he just goes, you know what? This Sinistra is not gonna be able to do anything. It's just gonna keep using Trick Room. Nothing is stopping Nubelio from literally just going for the attacks into the partner slot, while this Sinistra watches as all of its teammates fall one by one. Oh my. The Moonblast and the Dragon Claw go into that Garchomp on Borza's side, and it just falls here as the partner Sinistra will once again be using Trick Room. Its Encore still going. The dimensions are once again twisted, and you know what? Those dimensions will continue to twist. Borza will be losing game 2. Nubelio takes game 2 here, and we will be going into game 3. Trick Room hell it was. Now we weren't able to see this Electros play. Sadly, it got knocked out by that Basculegion. As much as I wanted to see that play out, Nubelio just outplayed Borza there in that previous game. But Borza did take game 1, so he's not incapable of taking this back completely. It's just a matter of which adjustments are players going to go for. Interestingly, we didn't even get to see the Mega on Nubelio's side in the previous game. He played that out perfectly, forcing that Sinistra to just go for that Trick Room over and over. Okay, game 3. Final game of round 2. And Borza will be leading with the Sinistra, which earlier was a force of contention between these two, and the Toxapex. But Nubelio is going straight for that Charizard mode. Whimsicott and Charizard just coming out. Turn 1, guns blazing. There is still the major threat of the Sinistra going for Trick Room, but I don't think Charizard minds too much if it Mega Evolves here and just goes for the Weather Ball. I don't think Sinistra's gonna appreciate getting blasted, but it does have the Focus Sash. Then again, Whimsicott, we've seen in previous games, Nubelio does not want to set up Tailwind while a Trick Room setter is on the opposite side of the field, and there's also no need for this Whimsicott to even go for the Tailwind considering how slow both Sinistcha and Toxapex are. He can save that for another turn. Nobilio is in a very good position to just go straight for the offense. Borza here, a little bit passive, but we've seen Toxapex in recent tournaments show up and just win games for people. So that could be a problem if left alone long enough. But yeah, Whimsicott will not be attacking here. And we'll also not be seeing this Charizard Mega Evolve. Instead, both of these Pokemon going for Protects. Toxapex going straight for the Wide Guard, preventing this Charizard from going for Heat Wave. And seeing that Borza has always been going for this one strategy, will successfully set up the Trick Room. But will this be a repeat of Game 2? If Borza does not switch out this Sinistcha, it may very much be in tatters, stuck on Trick Room. Or if the Farigiraf is in the back, it can switch in on the Toxapex slot, allowing this Sinistcha to, well, do something. But I imagine Sinistcha will not want to be in this matchup anyway. So it cannot protect itself. It does not have Protect. It can Rage Powder, eat a hit, but then I don't think that's what it wants to do. But yeah, Borza will be switching out the Sinistcha here for the Farigiraf. And Nobilio doing the same thing, calling back his Charizard and instead sending out the Garchomp in its place. Toxapex doing what Toxapex does best, sit on the field and give status to everyone. This Garchomp comes in and instantly becomes badly poisoned. Moonblast will be hitting the Farigiraf for a respectable 32% of damage, but Garchomp will now be on a major timer. The very first tick of badly poisoned poison will be ticking. 6% on the first turn. Toxapex still has the Wide Guard on its side, so it can actually just keep going with Infestation and slowly whittle away the team on Nobilio's side. But yeah, we won't be seeing that. Borza calls back the Toxapex here and finally sends out the Electros. A critical hit. Farigiraf going for Twin Beam. Critical hit on the first hit there on the Whimsicott. Brings it down to about 31%. Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp goes into the Toxapex slot, but yeah, there is no more Toxapex in that slot. Instead, it is a floating eel. Electros is on the field once more. Farigiraf brought down into its Citrus Berry, forced to consume it. But the second tick of poison has come for the Garchomp. 12.5% on the next turn, dropping it down 18% down to 82. Electros, on the other hand, it does have Discharge, Flamethrower, and Giga Drain, all of which Garchomp does resist, but considering that the Whimsicott on the opposite side of Borza, of this Electros rather, I don't think it wants to take any more damage, whereas this Garchomp is still on a timer. Borza can freely just check for time and make sure that this Electros stays strong. Wait for it to trickle down enough for it to get the KO. Farigiraf will be using Thunderbolt into that Whimsicott, trying not to knock it out. Giga Drain goes into the Garchomp, dropping it down to 52%. And yeah, Stomping Tantrum will be hitting that Farigiraf, knocking it out. Just because you can't hit the Electros doesn't mean it can't do anything. Moonblast, on the other hand, from the Whimsicott will be hitting into the Electros. And the turns of Trick Room are slowly whittling down. Garchomp will now be losing about 18% of its HP. Sinistcha once again coming back out, allowing Electros to get a little bit of HP back with Hospitality. But this is the final turn of Trick Room. Nobilio can't afford to be especially passive with this Garchomp. This Garchomp will be taking approximately 24%, I believe, of its HP this turn, which doesn't really bode well for it considering it also has a Life Orb. And the Encore will be coming from the Electros. Well, it's going to be into the Electros here. And Electros forced to use Giga Drain, but I don't think it mattered all that much because its Elevate ability will be able to boost up its highest stat. And I believe that is the special attack here. Yeah, there we go. Matcha Gotcha will be hitting into that Garchomp, knocking it out, not even allowing the poison to drop it. Electros is in a very, very good position here. Of course, there's nothing to encore this Sinistra on Nobilio's side. We have the King Gambit and the Charizard as the final two Pokemon of Nobilio. Now, Borza's Electros is stuck on Encore here. It has no choice but to use Giga Drain for the next two turns. Neither King Gambit nor Charizard are going to be afraid of that +1. What's a +1 Giga Drain going to do to a King Gambit or a Charizard? There is no same type attack bonus on it. As far as anything goes, this Electros could be considered a dead slot. But yeah, Borza doesn't want to risk all that much. He goes, I don't think I need to keep Electros in for that long. I just need to preserve it for my endgame. Switches Electros out immediately for that Toxapex. And the Mega Charizard Y on Nobilio's side will be coming. And Solar Beam coming from the Charizard, calling the switch. My goodness. Calling it the switch on the Electros. But Strength Sap going into the King Gambit. Its attack will be going down. But remember, for every one stat that goes down, King Gambit just gets stronger. Defiant will be boosting it to +1. Despite this King Gambit being at -1, it is back at +2 because of Defiant. And will be smacking it. Just smack that Toxapex. Toxapex, which was meant to stay into this game long into the next few rounds. Sinistra could have went for a Trick Room there, but it would have been difficult, I wager, because King Gambit loves being in Trick Room itself. Toxapex goes for a Wide Guard here, trying to anticipate the Heat Wave, but no Heat Wave will be coming from Nobilio's side. Instead, it is going to be that Weather Ball into the Sinistra, whittling it down all the way to 1%, hanging on with its Focus Sash. Kowtow Cleave coming from the King Gambit will be hitting into the Toxapex, knocking it out, forcing this Electros on Borza's side to come back onto the field on the next turn. But on the next turn it will. Trick Room has once again come back up. Electros in the sun. It will be able to do considerable amounts of damage here. Sinistra, however, must find a way to mitigate enough damage for this King Gambit to not knock out Electros in one go. But at the same time, Charizard may also be able to knock out Electros in one go. The real question is who's going to target into what? Discharge can in fact do major damage into all three targets, but it's going to knock out its partner Sinistra. And yeah, Kowtow will be going first into that Sinistra. I guess a very good prediction of speed here. But the real question is, who's moving next? And Flamethrower in the sun, but Occa Berry on the King Gambit will prevent it from going down. This Electros is gonna have to fight an uphill battle. Will it even be able to survive the Weather Ball coming from the Charizard? That is a 225 base power move here. And it just barely hangs on. And we know that the King Gambit here has Sucker Punch, so it can just go for that hit. It probably doesn't mind all too much. I mean, Trick Room is up. Despite the Charizard being the last thing on the field, King Gambit is much slower than Electros, and in the Trick Room, much faster. And just like that, we do see the Kowtow Cleave go into that eel and cleave it. It did. Back into its ball, earning Nobilio the game 3 and the set. For all who are wondering, in the chat, Weather Ball becomes base 100 power when there is weather up. Specifically in sun and rain. It also gets the type boost, so since it becomes a fire move, essentially becomes 150 base power. And since it also gets the same type attack bonus with the Charizard, it actually becomes 225 base power, roughly give or take. Someone correct me on that if I am wrong. But the same happens with Pelipper and its own Weather Ball. Okay. Okay, it appears there is one more game that is still technically ongoing. I'd love to see this. It is between Timothy Ben Kasuga, Timots, and Ray Rebolios. Ray. Again, I'm going to conserve my spit for a while. Gonna take a tea break. And yeah. Everyone enjoy this next match. Well, that was certainly a match. Alright. That was the final round of the final game of that round. We are progressing smoothly. Approximately 45 minutes per round. So far, so good. Okay, while everyone is fresh, 15 matches, 2 people have dropped out of the tournament. So, who are we rolling the dice on this time? Table number 2. Actually, we've already spectated that one. Table 4. Okay. So this will be a match between John Paul Boson and Kent Bompides Galeana. Uy, Vismin. Right, both players are ready. So here, we do see that Bosun is using the usual, the big six. This isn't anything unheard of course. Everyone knows the big six by now if you're an avid fan of Pokemon Champions. On the other hand though, Kent is running a Meganium, currently 2-0. Not sure if he's brought it yet, but I don't think it's specifically meant to counter the big six matchup. He does have a secondary in that Gengar, and that is not a Perish Trap Gengar. Or is it? Politoed does have Perish Song, so that is still an option. But his team doesn't exactly have a lot of whatchamacallit, moves that pivot. So he can't easily go in and out. So I'm going to guess that this Politoed is going to use Perish Song as a last ditch effort when it is the last two Pokemon on the opponent's side of the field. So this is probably going to be quite an aggressive team. There is Rain Dance reflecting the light screen on that Sableye. And the Aerodactyl does have the Focus Sash. But interestingly, this Archelodon is sporting a Calm Nature with Aura Sphere and no Steel moves. Not that it really needs it unless this Floette comes into play. Then again, Gengar does have the Sludge Bomb to just deal with that Floette. And we will be seeing the Meganium come out on Kent's side of the field. On the other side though, it is going to be that Basculegion and Whimsicott. I imagine that Rain Dance will not be coming up here, all things considered, but this Meganium now heavily threatens this. Well, that is not a King Gambit. That is also... Well, the names here appear to be switched, but Basculegion on Bosun's side will be heavily threatened by this Meganium should it go for a Solar Beam. At the same time, this Sableye can set up Reflect pretty easily. But yeah, Basculegion on Bosun's side will be called back, and instead we will be seeing the Charizard come out. So we will be seeing from the big six here that it is going to be that Charizard mode. And yeah, just like clockwork, Reflect will go up. Moonblast, however, from the Whimsicott goes into Clip-Off, the Sableye. Its special attack drops, but then it doesn't exactly have any moves it wants to especially use. And Weather Ball does hit the Whimsicott here, bringing it down all the way to its Focus Sash. Wasn't even going for the Solar Beam into the Basculegion here. But yeah, its name may be Basculegion, but that is definitely not a Basculegion. Wrong species. Well, we aren't dealing with species clause in this tournament, but in official tournaments, that could be a problem. Anyway, this Sableye is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Does it want to go for the Rain Dance or does it want to go for the Light Screen? This may very well be the last turn it is able to do anything. And yeah, the Whimsicott will go for a Tailwind here. But yeah, we will be seeing Light Screen come out from the Sableye. No Protect from the Meganium. Heat Wave. Oh! The Meganium manages to just barely dodge the Heat Wave there. Light Screen was unnecessary. It doesn't do damage if it misses, so I guess that's that. I'm also going to wager that the Politoed is going to be in the back here. And yeah, Meganium standing tall, one lizard to another. One on all fours, the other flapping its wings in the sun. Both of them champions of the sun. Garchomp is going to be the last Pokemon we see from Bosun's side of the field. And the Politoed will come out on Kent's side, overwriting that sun. Now it is raining. Tailwind is still up on Bosun's side of the field though, so all of his Pokemon were already naturally faster than everything on Kent's side. I don't think that matters when they can't really dent the Pokemon on Kent's side. I wager that this Charizard is gonna have to switch if it wants to take the weather back. And I don't think it wants to be hit by a Weather Ball from that Politoed. At the same time, Meganium is free to go for a Dazzling Gleam or a Solar Beam directly into this Garchomp. Again, there is nothing stopping this team from just doing anything. The Big Six a little on the back foot here. Yeah, Charizard will be protecting itself. And the Garchomp goes for a Rock Slide, tries to fish for a flinch, but will he get it? Life Orb Chip, 10%. But no, he does not get the flinch on the Politoed here. Successfully gets the Weather Ball in. And yeah, Yaoshi, the Meganium, will be absorbing light. No need for extra turns. Megasol right there. And yeah, Megasol will be forced to hit into that Protect from the Charizard. Reflect and Light Screen are still up on Kent's side of the field, whereas Tailwind is on Bosun's side. The Garchomp will be able to do damage here. I mean, so will the Charizard, but its options are a little limited. We're seeing firsthand a Meganium stand up to the Big Six. Not something we see every day. This midweek smoke is becoming very, very interesting. Yeah, this Garchomp fishing for another flinch probably. 10% from the Life Orb chip. Rock Slide goes in. Will we be seeing a flinch? Heat Wave from the Charizard doing barely anything into the Meganium. And doing even less to the Politoed. Politoed though will sadly be flinching. Nothing will be coming from that Politoed. This Meganium though will successfully get a Solar Beam up into the Charizard slot. Sadly, it is the Charizard slot. Last turn of Tailwind for Bosun, but the interesting thing about Champions is you don't actually see the Light Screen and Reflect turns go to 8 until it expires, and then suddenly it becomes 3 out of 8. So we know there's still 4 turns of Reflect up and 5 more turns of Light Screen. We also saw how much damage the Garchomp and the Charizard did to that Meganium, and the Meganium is still going to be able to do a lot of things. Charizard there probably counting its lucky stars that the flinch did happen onto that Politoed. Politoed can just knock out either of the Pokemon on Bosun's side with a single Weather Ball. Garchomp once again going for a flinch. Looks like a critical hit on the Meganium there. But yeah, Chip again goes in. Mythos, the Politoed, will be brought down into its focus, into its Citrus Berry, but this time Heat Wave will finally be connecting into the Meganium. And that critical hit was just enough to tip it over, knock it out. But that's not the only Mega that's going down this turn. Weather Ball successfully hits into the Charizard, knocks it out. Both players now down to their very last 2 Pokemon. Tailwind also no longer there on Bosun's side, but Kent does still have 3 more turns of Reflect and 4 more turns of Light Screen. Not that it matters too much. Both the Pokemon on Bosun's side are physical attackers. Basculegion with Mystic Water. Garchomp though with only 18% left of its HP. Now, Basculegion can go for the last respects here, but going for an attack could be dangerous for it. But yeah, Garchomp just going straight for a Earthquake here. Wow, alright. Certainly a choice. Knocking its partner Basculegion down 71%, but that might just be enough. Last Respects goes into this Archaludon, but it was just so bulky. Electro Shot. Archaludon surviving with just 3%. 3% is way more than 0 though. Successfully gets the Electro Shot into the Basculegion, which means this Politoed will also be able to get a hit into this Charizard. The names are getting to me. Into this Garchomp. Weather Ball will be connecting. 8% left on the Garchomp. Knocks it out completely. Game 1 will be going to Kent Bombides Aliana. Okay, here we go. Game 2. Bosun versus Bompides. JP Bosun versus Kent Bompides Caliana. We saw the Meganium put in work last game. Unfortunately, its time was cut short by that critical hit from the Garchomp. Certainly an exercise in Pokemon identification there. I can't just read the names. I'll get them wrong. Yeah, will we be seeing an adjustment? Maybe the Floette mode would be a little more helpful here, but the threat of the... Well, the threat of the Gengar is there too. But does this Floette really want to boost the power of this Meganium? I mean, it definitely can. Not like it's scared of the Meganium. I think. I can also see that King Gambit probably doesn't want to enter this matchup due to the sheer amount of weather balls that can go straight into it. Okay, so far no problems. Just checking in on the round. Both players have locked in their teams for this match. And we are going into game 2. Kent will be leading with Sableye and Gengar this time. On the other hand, that's not Basque Legion. On the other hand, Whimsicott and Charizard will once again be leading for Bosun. I can see why they kind of banned this rule. They have this ban in the official tournaments, but darn, that is pretty distracting. So Whimsicott and Charizard here facing off directly against a very dangerous combo of Gengar and Sableye. Two ghosts. I mean, not like there's gonna be a need for Perish here. There is no Perish, technically, on this Gengar. But regardless, we will be seeing it Mega Evolve this turn. The question is, will the opposing Charizard also be Mega Evolving this turn? And just like that, yes it is. Both Megas are revealed on the very first turn. And just as soon as Charizard Y comes in, you can bet that the sun is coming with it. Light Screen coming up from the Sableye, trying to mitigate as much damage as it can. Whimsicott, unfortunately brought down to its Focus Sash, hangs on with just a little bit, but it did not use a status move. It is going to attack probably into the Sableye, but it is poisoned. It is going to go down at the end of this turn regardless, but not before doing some substantial amount of damage into this Sableye. Heat Wave coming from this Charizard, not able to take out the Sableye though. Sorry, I have a squeaky toy in hand. That just took me off by surprise. An invisible Focus Sash has appeared on that Sableye's forehead, and it has just broken. 1%. 1 HP is significantly more than 0. And yeah, we will be seeing this Garchomp on Bosun's side come out. So yeah, while Garchomp is there, this Sableye is going to be able to use up Reflect. I wager Kent will be making the same play as he did in the previous game. He will be using Reflect using the... Oh no! He uses Encore, forcing this Charizard to go for nothing but Heat Wave. Earthquake does come from the Garchomp. The Gengar protecting itself doesn't really affect its partner Charizard, but will be successfully knocking out this Sableye. Sableye not able to use up Reflect, but I wager the Politoed is in the back, so it can overwrite this weather if it truly needs to. That might be the plan here, unless the Aerodactyl is there. But yeah, that's it. The weather is overwritten immediately by this Politoed singing the songs of its people. The rain has come. Charizard is stuck on Heat Wave. It is going to have to switch out, or it is going to have to do nothing but Heat Wave in the rain. Kent will be bringing his Mega Gengar back into its ball, and in its place will be the... Oh, wow. Will be the Aerodactyl and another critical hit. This Garchomp is on a roll with critical hits here. The Politoed forced to go into its Citrus Berry, but yeah, that Heat Wave is just doing absolutely nothing. Weather Ball finally coming from the Politoed will successfully knock out the Charizard there. No need for any Rock Slides. That was enough. And the final two Pokemon on... Oh, the final two Pokemon on Bosun's side are going to be the Basculegion and the Garchomp. It is really difficult to read through these names. I'm so sorry. But it's going to be really difficult for Kent to even put a Perish Song at this rate. So he's probably going to have to fish for... He's probably going to have to fish for a flinch with the Rock Slide in order to get the Perish Song up. Not like the opponents can actually switch here. But yeah, Protect will be going... Oh, the Aerodactyl will be protecting itself here. Aqua Jet from the Basculegion targets into that Aerodactyl. Dragon Claw successfully takes out Basculegion. Does not allow it to even go for the Shadow Ball. And yes, now we do see the return of this Gengar. The final two Pokemon on both sides of the field. Gengar, however, worse for wear here, 40%, is very susceptible to the Aqua Jet in the rain from that Basculegion. The rain may not be the best place for Kent right now, despite him setting it up too. But yeah, we don't know. Anything can happen here. Is Aqua Jet even enough to take out the Aerodactyl? It probably is. But Kent successfully gets the double protect. Aqua Jet will hit instead into the Gengar, knocking it out successfully. It is now a 2v1. Garchomp goes for a Rock Slide, but yeah, this is just rain, rain, rain. Aqua Jet will go into that slot, but yeah, Kent doesn't want to waste any more time. Goes for the forfeit, and game 2 will be going to Bosun. Fantastic adjustment. So again, we are going to go into game 3 now. Sorry, I have to fix something real quick. topology. So, oh, we do see that Kent is leading with the Archaludon and the Sableye. Sorry, I wasn't able to see the very first turn here. I was fixing an issue. But yeah, Bosun leads with, again, I can't look at the names, the Garchomp and the Whimsicott. I suppose they just went straight for the attacks here. And the Sableye will be going for Reflect on turn 2. Floette, not Floette. God, I have to guess twice as hard. Whimsicott will be attacking into the Sableye, knocking it out. And Earthquake coming from the Garchomp breaks its own partner's Sash, but that probably didn't matter as much as you'd think. Stamina will be boosting this Archaludon. And, well, Archaludon does not have Flash Cannon. Goes for Electro Shot. And goes for Electro Shot here into the Whimsicott. But is that going to be enough to knock it out? And it definitely is. No Flash Cannon, no problem apparently. And just like that, this Archaludon is just able to boost up ever so slightly turn by turn. And we see the return of this Meganium actually. Yeah, Yaoshi the Meganium is back and ready for action. Most likely, something's gonna have to give here. Reflect still up for 4 turns. The Rain still up for 3 more turns. This Archaludon with +2 special attack and a single boost in its defenses. It can fish for leftovers heals here, but that would mean its partner Meganium is gonna be able to knock something out. Well, specifically, it can probably do massive damage into the not the Whimsicott, the Basculegion or the Garchomp. Again, a little tongue-tied with these names here. Sometimes that's all I have to go with. And yeah, we will be seeing this Meganium Mega Evolve here. And yeah. And just like I said earlier, this Archaludon is able to just go for the protects. Aqua Jet will be hitting into the Archaludon though. And I guess, yeah, Garchomp, Bosun showing that he's really not afraid to just use Earthquake into his own teammates. Really a non-problematic individual just going for it. But the question is, did this Meganium go for Dazzling Gleam? And it does. Will it be getting the KO on both? It does not get the KO on the Garchomp, but this Garchomp is using a Life Orb, so on the very next turn, it is going to knock itself out. And yeah, we see the return of this Charizard. Charizard will most likely be Mega Evolving this turn, trying to save itself ever so slightly, but if it does manage to Mega Evolve this turn, if the Politoed is still in the back for Kent, this is a very good opportunity for him to just switch it in. Any move that this Garchomp does, it's not gonna end too well for it, honestly. This Garchomp will be eating up recoil damage, and that's something it really doesn't want to do right now. But yeah, like clockwork, trying to get rid of the Rain even for just a single turn. Perhaps the Politoed isn't even in the back. The Sun has returned with the Charizard. Meganium will be protecting itself, preventing any damage done to it. The Garchomp will be going for that Earthquake. It doesn't really affect his partner, finally, but it does hurt the Archaludon here. Archaludon, though, stamina boosted, but Garchomp will again be knocking itself out. Meganium will be the final Pokemon standing along with whoever is in the back, because this Charizard will 100% be going for that Heat Wave, and it will be knocking out that Archaludon. No amount of stamina boost will ever be able to defend through that. Heat Wave, special attack in the Sun is just so oppressive. And yeah, that is in fact the Politoed in the back, able to use Weather Ball. Meganium doesn't really have much going into this matchup. It's extremely negative for Meganium, However, the Politoed on its left there is able to do whatever it wants to help the partner Meganium. And just like that, Meganium and Kent win Game 3. The big 6 drops to the giant dinosaur. That sure was interesting to watch. Hell of a game. Okay, let's see who's still playing. Oh, 1-1. A bean. Christopher Adoviso, Nobilio again. I kind of want to see... Oh. I suppose this is the match we'll be spectating for a minute. Wow, what have we walked into? Flinch, alright. Flinch or freeze, flinch or freeze. And an invisible focus sash has appeared. The game. I guess that's what happens when God, King Gambit is just dominating recently. Crazy. Absolutely powerful Pokemon. Okay. Okay, so checking if all 15 games for round 3 have ended. I think we want to get this through. We could finish early tonight for the very first time in midweek smoke history. We may finish early. Okay, let's do our best and try to, try to finish a little early. Do our best. Starting the next round right now. Okay, round 4 has started. More people have begun to drop. Okay. Unfortunate, but the show must go on. We will be spectating table 9. Ooh, we haven't seen these two play yet. Appears the other person has not checked in. We may have to find another match. Actually, I'm... Okay, we have a room that's just about to start. Table 3. Okay, loading the team sheets now for both players. Bulky Gyarados, Clefable, Focus Sash King Gambit, Bulk Up Ceruledge. Alright, and on the other side we see a variation of the Big Six, of course. What was I expecting? Just like that, we are beginning the 4th round of midweek smoke. It is only 9 p.m. Only a little over 2 hours since we started. That is almost record-breaking, actually. Okay, so what do we have here? Mark Justin Garcia, Cramsey, and Vince Angel Punay, regular here at Midweek Smoke. Snivs. Snivs is using that, well, a variation of the Big Six as usual, or the Big 6, 7, 8, 9, I don't know, but it is variations of that Charizard team, and it is oppressive in this game. So far, the early regulations have favored Charizard very much, but you always see people like Ramsey who has advanced slightly higher here with what appears to be a bulky, aggressive support Gyarados with Taunt and Power Whip. I kid you not, ladies and gentlemen, this Gyarados has Power Whip and Leftovers. Clefable is not wearing the Leftovers. It has a Citrus Berry with Follow Me and Life Dew. Normally you see its pre-evolution Clefairy doing this job, but since that's not in the game, no reason not to use Clefable here. On the other hand, Mamoswine, a very classic singles set here. High horsepower, Protect, Icicle Shard, and Ice Shard. Icicle Crash, rather. And the rise of this recently, Bulk Up Ceruledge with Bitter Blade and Shadow Snake. The Raichu is, however, Raichu Knight Y, so it is Mega Raichu Y. Anyway, Snivs will lead a very classic Big Six lead here with Aerodactyl and Charizard. On the other hand, Cramsey is leading his team, his own offensive with King Gambit, who is in fact wearing a Focus Sash, and this Raichu with Raichu Knight Y. It also has Fake Out, so it can just go for the Fake Out right here. Now the Aerodactyl on Sniv's side does also have a Focus Sash. Of course, it can go for the Tailwind on this turn to make sure that they outspeed this Mega Raichu on the next turn. But then the King Gambit really doesn't care for speed all that much. Raichu will be Mega Evolving first. Of course it will. It's a fast little Raichu. It's a quick little rat. Zapking the Raichu has Mega Evolved. Aerodactyl will be protecting itself. And I wager that, yes, the Charizard will also be protecting itself considering no Mega Evolution did come out. Zapking the Raichu will be going for that Fake Out. And since this King Gambit does not have Swords Dance, just goes for the attack. And we see exactly where it wants to take its hits. The priority taking out this Flying Lizard. Whichever one you want to choose, it's... When I refer to the Flying Lizard, it's definitely Charizard. That's not a dragon, ladies and gentlemen. And I will die on that hill. Unless it is, of course, Charizard X. But yeah, the Flying Orange Lizard is the primary bane of Cramsy's team right now. Or at least in his perspective. The real question is, what kind of setup is Snivs going to do against this particular team? And yeah, we will be seeing that he will be withdrawing that Charizard. Instead, he sends out the Farigiraf. Doggo? That's not a dog. But there will be no Trick Rooms coming out because Tailwind has come out on Snivs from that Aerodactyl. Zap Cannon doing a massive amount of damage into that Farigiraf, bringing it down to 41%. And paralyzing it, but also allowing it to just go into its Focus Sash. No Sucker Punches here though. Iron Head goes into that Aerodactyl slot and brings it down to its Focus Sash as well. King Gambit does also have a Focus Sash on it, but while it no longer can use Sucker Punch, it's also in a very good position to just go for any other attack here. Raichu still at 100%. Zap Cannon and Focus Blast are ready for it. Farigiraf, Twin Beam, its only attacking move, cannot do anything into this King Gambit. Aerodactyl also cannot do much into this King Gambit. Its only move here being Rock Slide. It does have Wide Guard and Protect though. Rock Slide coming from the Aerodactyl, trying to fish for a flinch here, I'd wager. And yeah, the Raichu will be flinching. Kowtow Cleave will be coming from the King Gambit, and it smacks straight into the Farigiraf. Farigiraf does not want to take those Kowtow Cleaves, and yeah, we can see exactly why. King Gambit will once again be able to use any of the moves he wants actually, but King Gambit also does not have its Focus Sash anymore. Tailwind is up on Sniv's side, so he can safely go for the Heat Wave here, which will dispose of the King Gambit. But the real question is, will this Raichu be able to survive that? Now, King Gambit can still get the, I want to say parting shot, but yeah. Serral Edge will be swapping in for the Raichu. If Snivs has chosen to use Heat Wave, the Bitter Blade coming from that Serral Edge is going to hit like a truck. Charizard Mega Evolving. The real question here is it going for the Heat Wave? Aerodactyl will be protecting itself though. Also, this King Gambit will in fact be going for a Sucker Punch into the Charizard. Not able to bring it down all the way to 0. But Serral Edge will be absorbing that fire. While the King Gambit does go down, this Serral Edge in a very, very, very good position to just go for a Bitter Blade to regain some HP. Not like it's lost any in the first place. And yeah, Zap King, the Raichu, will be coming back out. Fake Out Pressure coming in once again. Tailwind. Tailwind is on its last turn for Snivs. What a fantastic switch previously by Cramsy here. Cramsy with the Fake Out Pressure can knock out this Aerodactyl very easily. Well, it can also go for the Shadow Sneak, but Snivs really wants to preserve this Aerodactyl. Brings out Incineroar, hopefully to mitigate any damage coming out here. Fake Out goes into the Charizard, of course. This will be the last turn of Trick Room, so this Charizard will no longer be able to do much. Both Pokemon on Cramsy's side going for that priority. again, without the Farigiraf, there's nothing stopping priority on Cramsy's side. So Incineroar now does have the ability to just also go for a fake out. Last turn, Cramsy had the fake out pressure, but this time, Incineroar is back for Sniv's. Burger, the Incineroar, his signature Incineroar, is back and it's ready to fight. Zap King will be going for the Protect here, trying to avoid the fake out. Weather Ball will instead be pinging into nothing here. Bitter Blade from the Serral Edge, which is in fact boosted heavily by the Flash Fire from earlier, but we didn't even see the fake out coming from Incineroar. Instead, we see Darkest Lariat, but Colbur Berry will be reducing the damage there. Serral Edge able to survive yet another turn. This Raichu is just putting on so much pressure. But Liz the Charizard, Sniv's Charizard, is able to protect itself this turn. But the real question is, will Burger be able to take this much oppression going forward? The Serral Edge is fairly threatened, but okay, he will be switching out the Incineroar for the Aerodactyl here. Focus Blast will, however, be going into the Aerodactyl, sacrificing it. But what is this Serral Edge opting to do? Weather Ball from the Charizard will hit into the Raichu. Raichu down. Back into its Pokeball. But yeah, Serral Edge will be going for that Bitter Blade, successfully knocking out the Charizard. It is now a 1v2 between the Serral Edge and whatever is in the back there, and this Incineroar. And it is the Mamoswine. Well, Mamoswine doesn't have Earthquake, but it is Oblivious, so none of that extra damage, none of that Intimidate is going to go into it. Mamoswine simply just doesn't care. A full-powered, high horsepower, boosted by Life Orb can go into the Mamoswine here. And both Serral Edge and Mamoswine will be protecting on the very first turn. Flare Blitz clearly going into the Mamoswine here, not into the Serral Edge. Burger is on a uphill battle, but it is not impossible. Incineroar has brought itself back from the brinks before. So the real question now is, if this Incineroar manages to outspeed and take out the Mamoswine, high horsepower though, Life Orb boosted, will successfully knock out the Incineroar. Game 1 will go to Mark Justin Garcia, Cramsy. Okay, game 2. A heck of an anti-meta team by Cramsy here. Again, this midweek smoke, we are just seeing all these big sixes struggle against all these anti-meta picks. The more clear the meta, the bigger the target that's painted on it. The more people know what to expect and what to build around. And I guess that's just how it is every now and then with competitive games, right? So I'm curious to see how Snivs is going to bounce back from this. He has been known to take back game 2 and 3. So I'm genuinely curious how he's going to take this, if he will. And I'm curious to see if Cramsy will be making any adjustments. That was a near perfect game for him in the previous game. So again, quite curious, and yeah, I hope we find out soon. Both players will probably be locking in sooner than later. Oh, spoke too soon. Yeah, sooner than later. Yeah, Snivs will be making the exact same lead though. With that Charizard and the Aerodactyl. However, Cramsy is still seeing that, you know, I think I'm just gonna keep leading my King Gambit here. I don't need my Raichu right now. Instead leads with Gyarados. Gyarados here is, I think, bulky. It has leftovers. Not too keen on the EV spreads for this, but yes. Crazy. Even more interesting, this Gyarados. Yeah, I said it earlier during the initial team preview, but this Gyarados has both Taunt and Power Whip. Charizard will be Mega Evolving here. Its ability changing to Drought, bringing the Sun with it. Aerodactyl goes straight for a Rock Slide here. King Gambit not going for a Sucker Punch though. Not very effective on King Gambit, but just enough to take out that Focus Sash. Heat Wave will, however, be knocking out the King Gambit completely. And unfortunately, this Gyarados will also be burnt. Whereas Cramsy had the perfect game 1, it appears the start of his game 2 is absolutely horrible. A burn also on the Gyarados and the flinch. A double whammy for sure. But Zapking has returned. Zapking does have the ability to just go for Fake Out here. Prevents either of Sniv's Pokemon from doing anything. But right now, this Gyarados looks to be a dead slot. It will not be able to do as much damage as it normally would. And again, we aren't sure what the EV spreads for this is. It may be Adamant, but yeah, just like that, Cramsy will be pulling his Gyarados back in and sending in the Serral Edge instead. If any more Heat Waves were to come out from this Charizard, it's going to feed into the Serral Edge. Zapking, the Raichu, will be Mega Evolving though, and Aerodactyl will be protecting itself. Actually, both Aerodactyl and Charizard will be protecting themselves. The Raichu successfully going for the Fake Out, not successfully. Sorry, wrong use of words. Going for a Fake Out and unsuccessfully pings into a Protect into the Aerodactyl. Now, speed control wise, this Raichu is able to do what it wants because it is the fastest thing on the field. But seeing that the possibility that it could go for an attack into the Charizard, Snivs pulls Liz the Charizard back and instead sends in his own Garchomp. Tailwind will be coming from the Aerodactyl, but the question is, what is this Raichu attacking into? And it does in fact go into the Garchomp slot. A fantastic switch by Snivs. And oh, the battle was cut short. That is a forfeit from Cramsy, and Snivs will be taking game 2. A really bad start for the game 2 here on Cramsy's side, but this game is almost ruled entirely by RNG at this point. Oh, oops, almost forgot to spectate that. Alright, so we saw that Snivs made an amazing adjustment despite the exact same leads. The targeting was done perfectly. Cramsy, on the other hand, just a terrible start for game 2. Hopefully, it will not be the same thing for game 3. Snivs, though, will lead the exact same way. And this is now more similar to what happened with game 1. Cramsy saying, you know what? I think my game 1 was pretty effective. I'm just gonna do exactly what I did in game 1 in case my opponent does exactly the same thing he did for the past 2 games. A lot of this is about reading your opponent as well, and perhaps we'll see something. Zap King here, the Raichu, does have Fake Out in its arsenal, and I cannot stress that enough. Fake Out can make or break these games. Fake Out not being available in game 2 did force the King Gambit to get knocked out, but yeah, if the Fake Out doesn't happen from the Raichu, it can just go straight into an attack here with Zap Cannon. And yeah, it does Mega Evolve. Both Pokemon Mega Evolve in the Raichu and the Charizard on Sniv's side. The Raichu on Cramsey's. The sun coming out, but Fake Out will be hitting into the Aerodactyl though. Sucker Punch hitting into the Charizard. We know that it does not KO. Aerodactyl flinches for its troubles, but Heat Wave will be coming from the Charizard, sending that King Gambit into the last bit of its HP, hanging on to bare life with its Focus Sash. Now we know from the speed interactions, Aerodactyl might have the edge here. A single Rock Slide might be enough to seal the deal. There is no more Fake Out pressure though, but at the same time, this King Gambit is still free to go for a Sucker Punch. But is Farigiraf once again in the back? Remember, in the very first game, Snivs did bring the Farigiraf. And yeah, instead we see it is the Garchomp. Sucker Punch went into that Charizard slot, unfortunately will not be hitting into anything. Aerodactyl successfully gets the Tailwind up. Shork, the Garchomp, now has the immediate speed advantage. If Farigiraf is in the back, well, this King Gambit, if it chooses to attack into the Garchomp, it will be knocking itself out, forcing its partner Raichu to just take a full power Earthquake, quite possibly. At the same time, Aerodactyl is also very free to just go for a Protect here or for a Switch, preserving itself for much later. Yeah, Raichu will be called back by its trainer, and Serral Edge will instead be taking its place. Aerodactyl will use Rock Slide, but the incoming Serral Edge successfully dodges the attack. Not exactly what you wanted to see as Snivs, but perhaps this Garchomp is able to take it down with a single Earthquake. That doesn't really affect Aerodactyl there, but Earthquake is still super effective against this Serral Edge, and it is in fact enough. That Life Orb boosted power is just so damaging. 10% for 100% of your opponent's health. I'd say that was a pretty good trade. That being said, Zap King and Mamoswine are back on the field. Mamoswine does have Ice Shard. The biggest issue for both Aerodactyl here and the Garchomp is that Mamoswine has Ice Shard, which can immediately bypass anything. But yeah, Snivs will be sending out his Charizard in place of the Garchomp. Fake Out will be hitting into Aerodactyl, and we do not see Ice Shard though. No, we do. Ice Shard will be going into Charizard, but yeah, 10% for not a lot actually. Both of the Pokemon though on Cramsey's side are now able to just protect themselves completely from this. This can allow Snivs to just go for another switch, but if the prediction is wrong, Mamoswine can go for an attack here, or this Raichu. Tailwind is still up. The sane thing to do would be to protect both of their Pokemon, and the Raichu will be using Protect, and so will the Mamoswine. Snivs has chosen not to switch any of his Pokemon though. Charizard will be going for a Heat Wave, and the Rock Slide will also ping into nothing here. There is no more Sun. There is no more Tailwind. Snivs may have all 4 Pokemon, but the combination of Raichu and Mamoswine, Raichu's natural speed and Mamoswine's, well, it has priority. But we also don't know if Farigiraf is in the back. And yeah, Snivs will be withdrawing that Charizard, and instead we do see it is not the Farigiraf in the back. It is the Incineroar. Aerodactyl successfully protects itself here. But yeah, Ice Shard will be going into Burger the Incineroar. Unaffected by the Intimidate, Mamoswine will be taking another 10% of its HP though. Zap Cannon will do absolutely nothing into the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl once again free to go for another one of these Tailwinds, provided it manages to survive a hit from the Mamoswine. Not the greatest position for it, honestly, but well, Burger is also able to just go for a KO into the Mamoswine, provided Flare Blitz just goes in here. Yeah, Fake Out will bring this Raichu into 1%. Tailwind finally going back up on Sniv's side. Raichu not able to do a thing. Icicle Crash will knock out this Aerodactyl though, guaranteed. All he needed was that one little Fake Out. The Mamoswine losing even more of its HP, 9% this time, which tells us that it is on a optimal number. Charizard will once again come out on Sniv's side, nothing stopping it from clicking on Heat Wave. Of course, it can also just go for the Protect here, while Burger the Incineroar goes for an immediate Flare Blitz into the Mamoswine. But that's also risky. We did see this Mamoswine just one-hit KO that Incineroar in the previous game. The real question is the Incineroar faster than the Mamoswine? In the Tailwind? 160 speed, I believe, minimum for Incineroar here. I don't think this Mamoswine will outspeed this Incineroar, but that's just me. We'll find out. Mamoswine just narrowly avoids the hit. Raichu will be going down though. A critical hit. Unfortunate RNG, but Mamoswine only has single targeting moves. Will be hitting into the Incineroar. Incineroar goes down for its troubles, but Mamoswine loses even more of its HP. Snivs here with nothing but the Garchomp and the Charizard. 2 turns of Tailwind left, not Trick Room. Mamoswine can go for the KO on the Garchomp, but then that would leave the Charizard able to just go for a Weather Ball or a Solar Beam directly into this Mamoswine. But if it also goes for an Ice Shard into the Charizard, Shork, the Garchomp, is able to also go for an immediate Earthquake into the Mamoswine. Trying to fish for the Tailwind turns here though. Shork going for an Earthquake instead. Chances are this Charizard will be going for a Weather Ball. And this is probably going to repeat itself several more times until someone gives. Mamoswine is going to have to survive and knock out both of these with Ice Shards each. And yeah, he goes for an Ice Shard into the Charizard, knocks it out. Critical hit. RNG shining its light here, but it will be losing even more percentage of its HP. Garchomp, single targeted Earthquake, will be hitting the Mamoswine. Will it knock it out? Yes, it does. Cramsy here with that fantastic play with the good luck. Unfortunately, his luck ran out. The Big Six is a Big Six for a reason. Snivs takes Game 3. I've just got word that Kent Galeana, who has the Meganium, is currently 4-0. Now, I know that a lot of you know me as the Chikorita Meganium guy, but I swear to God, I did not coerce him. I know he's also part of Team Vismin. Vismin 2. I am technically his manager for the PRL. I did not tell him to use that Meganium, though we are testing Meganium. And yeah, I don't have the words. All right, let's who else is playing? Did neither of these go in? Okay. Let's go into this room. Velvet. Benedict Villagonzalo versus Paul the Big Boss Villanueva. Again, gonna conserve a bit of my vocals here. Not sure if this is their game 2, 3, or 1. Should have asked, but I think you guys will enjoy the rest of it. I'll be right back. I suppose this is game 3. Interesting. All right. Okay, I think that was the very last game of round 4. Wow. Again, we are moving considerably fast, actually. See, let's the chair. Let's see. Let's start the next round. Okay, pairing next round now. Appears several more participants have dropped out of the tour, but that's fine. 26 players remaining. Totally fine. Okay. Oh, we have 2 people who are... Huh. Is that a match I want to spectate, though? These are players we've already spectated earlier on. Okay. I think I wanna watch this one. Okay, these 2 are... They haven't been featured on stream yet. We are going... Well, one of them was featured in the non-featured streams, but... yeah, actually, there is a Toxapex in the tournament, but yeah, that was a while back. Not sure if they're still in, though. Just addressing the comments on YouTube. But... yeah, right now we are going to spectate Aiken Kuchon, Keisha, and Neil Arvin Cerato, the recent winner of the Iloilo Anistar Plaza. Shout out to Enzo and our friends in Iloilo. What's up, Praisol? Shout out. Neil Arvin Cerato, Abin, did recently win that tournament, I think. So, yeah. That's certainly something. They're inputting their screen now. Okay. Transitioning. The battle of the big sixes. On the left, we do see a Bean here in the blue corner with a big six, but no Floette. Instead, we do see the Mega Aerodactyl with the Fairy Feather Sylveon. And of course, Incineroar is here. Bean is more of a balanced player, so he loves to pivot in and out. On the other hand, Keisha, Aiken Kuchon, also has that Fairy Feather Sylveon, but it is a solo Mega. Only the Charizard here has the Mega. Aerodactyl on Keisha's side has Focus Sash. Otherwise, they're all practically very much the same. Oh, very similar teams. And let's not talk too much. Keisha will be starting this game off with Garchomp and Charizard. A very standard team because why not? There's so much synergy for these two Pokemon, why not lead with them? It's so easy. On the other hand, Abin will be leading with Sylveon and King Gambit. Sylveon able to do just absurd amounts of damage into that Garchomp if it ever so wishes. Now it does have Hyper Beam. This is a Hyper Beam variant of Sylveon. In fact, both of them have Hyper Beam variants. But yeah, King Gambit will not be staying in this match or in this turn. Instead, Incineroar will be coming out, intimidating the Garchomp, lowering the damage that it can possibly do. On the other hand, Keisha not wasting any time, Mega Evolves his Charizard into that Mega Charizard. Why? The drought comes in, the sun is shining. Garchomp will be using Earthquake after the Intimidate. I don't think it will be able to do all that much into the Incineroar, but yes, it does manage to take a little above 45. It's taking 48%. A little damage from the Life Orb, but Heat Wave and Earthquake, because of the Incineroar able to just come in and intimidate the Garchomp, allows Sylveon to live with just 2%. Hyper Voice will come out and successfully knock out the Garchomp. Probably unnecessary for the Garchomp to take a critical hit there, but it is what it is. The Fairy Feather does its thing. Charizard though, still pretty good on the field, but Abin now has Fake Out pressure with the Incineroar coming in. If Keisha has the Farigiraf, and he does, just as I was about to say it, he can prevent the Fake Out from coming out of this Incineroar. However, the Farigiraf, oh, it does have Thunderbolt, so it's not completely helpless against this Incineroar. It can go for the attack here, but one thing that it definitely can do is Helping Hand into its partner Charizard to guarantee that KO into the Incineroar. Sylveon will be protecting itself with Detect. And no, we won't be seeing the Helping Hand go into the Charizard. Instead, we see the Weather Ball doing so much damage into that Incineroar. This Charizard is of a modest stat alignment, so it will be doing substantial damage no matter what. Thunderbolt goes into the Sylveon, doesn't do anything because it is protecting itself with Detect. Aerodactyl though, on Abin's side, definitely much faster. The Mega of choice into this matchup, considering that there is a single Mega on Keisha's side, it may be understandable to bring only the Aerodactyl. Now Sylveon is not able to use Quick Attack because of that Farigiraf, but Aerodactyl will also not be able to successfully or easily go for a Tailwind just because Farigiraf can threaten it almost completely with Trick Room. And Aerodactyl will be Mega Evolving here. Will it go for a Rock Slide, Ice Fang, or a Wide Guard to help protect its partner Sylveon? However, Charizard on the opposing side will be protecting itself. And Rock Slide on Abin's Aerodactyl will be using the Rock Slide, not doing anything, missing into the Farigiraf, but Hyper Beam hits that Farigiraf, successfully taking it out in one blow. Now, who said that Farigiraf can't be taken out in one hit? That little fox managed to do it quite easily. But what's stopping Keisha from doing the exact same thing into the Aerodactyl on Abin's side? Now, someone's gonna have to get really lucky here. Aerodactyl goes for the Rock Slide, misses the Sylveon, but will successfully knock out this Charizard. Sylveon though, again, what is stopping Keisha from using the exact same move? But yeah, it doesn't go for the Hyper Beam, instead it goes for the Hyper Voice, taking out about 40% into the Aerodactyl and knocking out the opposing Sylveon on Abin's side. King Gambit will be the final Pokemon that comes out for Abin, but Sylveon might not have enough in the tank here. I mean, it can go for a KO with the Hyper Beam, but it really has to take care of this Aerodactyl first. King Gambit, though, on a Bean side, it does have the Iron Head, so it can knock out this Sylveon. Aerodactyl will be using Rock Slide, fishing for a flinch here, but no flinch required. King Gambit is slightly faster than the Sylveon. Successfully knocks it out with an Iron Head to double up enough, giving a Bean game 1. Alright, game 2 is about to start. Let's see what kind of adjustments these players have decided to do. And Keisha will be leading with Garchomp and King Gambit this time. On the other hand, a Bean going straight for the Aerodactyl. And the Sylveon still there, ready to cause as much havoc as it possibly can. Now the real question is the King Gambit on Keisha's side faster than the Sylveon on a Bean's? We saw earlier that a Bean's King Gambit is faster than Keisha's King Gambit. Will it be the same the other way around though? On the other hand, Aerodactyl here, I don't think it's too keen on taking several sucker punches from the King Gambit, but King Gambit's gonna have to make a choice. Then again, Garchomp is able to just get away with the game if it really wanted to, if nobody attacks into it. Aerodactyl will be Mega Evolving. Question is it going to go for a Tailwind or is it going to go for the Rock Slide? And yeah, it goes for a Tailwind here, guaranteeing I can't say that word. Guaranteeing the speed control, and King Gambit will be eating that Hyper Beam at full force from the Sylveon. A trade for the trade here. Garchomp using Rock Slide, Sylveon narrowly avoiding the attack. Unfortunately, super effective into the Aerodactyl, but Tailwind has been set. Aerodactyl's Mega Job has been done. Mega done. Its Mega Job is Mega done, I guess, but it's still on the field and able to cause more Rock Slides. Of course, this Aerodactyl, though, does have a very, very interesting tech on it. It has Ice Fang specifically, I believe, to deal with opposing Garchomp. Sylveon will not be able to move this turn. A Bean will instead call back his Aerodactyl and send in King Gambit. Garchomp, seeing that he could get bitten in the face with an Ice Fang, decides to protect itself. Sylveon will be recharging this turn, and Farigiraf will be using Trick Room. The tables have turned. With Tailwind up on a Bean side, he has 2 turns of being the slowest on the field. This Garchomp, though, on Keisha's side, does not have any super effective moves into this Sylveon, and we saw exactly what this Sylveon can do to the Farigiraf. King Gambit, on the other hand, probably wouldn't mind all too much. I say that wrong. It does know that the Farigiraf has a Citrus Berry, but we also saw the Sylveon take care of this Farigiraf in one blow using a single target Hyper Beam. Farigiraf will be helping hand into this partner Garchomp and just allowing its... Oh, okay. Farigiraf unfortunately takes so much damage there, but King Gambit will be knocked down into its Focus Sash. Garchomp taking a bit of chip from the Life Orb though. Farigiraf forced to inhale and consume that Citrus Berry. Iron Head coming from the King Gambit sends Garchomp into the red. Rough Skin, however, will be taking out King Gambit, sending it back into its trainer's belt. Hyper Voice from the Sylveon does not take out the Farigiraf, but successfully knocks down the Garchomp. My oh my, is this Sylveon still able to do several more things. And yeah, we do see that Keisha will be sending in his Charizard finally. Tailwind still up on a bean side. 3 turns of Trick Room. What an uphill battle this is gonna be. Not exactly the position you want to be in as a bean, considering that the Tailwind is now a major hindrance. And Trick Room still has 3 turns left to go. You're gonna have to stall this out one way or another. The win condition in order to take out the Charizard is in fact the Aerodactyl. And Keisha, seeing that, will be Mega Evolving his Charizard. The only Mega Pokemon on his team. Mega Evolving immediately, bringing in the Sun with it. Sylveon stalling out 1 turn with Detect. Farigiraf will use Thunderbolt into the former Aerodactyl slot, but slams into the Garchomp. Doesn't do that much. The real question here is, will we be getting a burn? No more Tailwind, but in the Trick Room here, Sylveon may be faster than the Farigiraf. Again, we don't know the speed values here. The Farigiraf on Keisha's side is also a modest nature. It may be faster than the Sylveon. But at 12%, really not much Sylveon can do here. On the other hand, Charizard's also gonna have to go for an immediate attack. But Farigiraf does not attack into the Sylveon. Instead, it attacks the Garchomp. Hyper Voice coming from the Sylveon will not do any damage into that protecting Charizard. Instead, knocks out its partner Farigiraf. This Charizard will now have to fight a 3v1. Now, Sylveon is also the fastest thing on the field now. The final turn of Trick Room. Right now, the Garchomp on a bean side is the slowest thing on the field with the inverted dimensions. So of course it will be going for that Protect. Sylveon, I believe, will be going for what it does best, and that is a Hyper Beam. I don't believe this will be enough to take out the Charizard, but it does bring it down to a very, very manageable 50%. Charizard goes for a Heat Wave, just dealing as much damage as it can, and successfully hits the Sylveon, taking it out. But now it definitely has to deal with this Aerodactyl. The dimensions have returned to normal. Both Garchomp, I believe, and the... Yeah, Garchomp on a bean side is also of a jolly nature. This modest Charizard will not be able to outspeed either of the Aerodactyl or the Garchomp. Both Pokemon, however, can do massive amounts of damage into this Charizard. Rock Slide goes in and will be taking out the Charizard, winning the game for a Bean. Just like that, a Bean takes game 2 and the entire set. So I believe Bompides has lost game 1. These two are the remaining players who are currently undefeated. So, heck of a match. Okay, it's a little early actually. So, before we head back into the final phase, the top cut, we're gonna have a quick break. Be sure to come back at 10:35. Actually, 10:30 is pretty good. So everyone who wants to take a snack break, a pee break, I'd urge you guys to go do that now, actually.
Outbreak is a community gaming event catered to our competitive and casual players. You'll find our grassroots community-led tournaments in the main stage, giving our local community players the spotlight to show off their skills. We have community activities such as casual gaming corners, plushie parades, stamp rallies, and doodle boards to keep casual players engaged. Play and connect through your favorite games. We also have artists and merchant exhibitors. Bring home something memorable from the event by dropping by their booths, because I know I will. Celebrate community, gaming and art. Play and connect here at Outbreak Cebu. Chase the tides with us this year at One Tree Plaza Hotel from July 25 to 26. See you there!
So, yes, everyone who is. If you are going to be in Cebu on July 25 and 26, please consider joining the Outbreak VGC tournament or just stopping by. Again, that's July 5 and 26. We're going to be at the 4th floor of One Tree Plaza Hotel in Banawa, Cebu City. If you are in the area, think about joining our tournaments or just spectating the matches. Of course, if you are someone who also enjoys Tekken 8 or Street Fighter or Splatoon or Smash Bros, or just want some local art, that is the place to be. So I'll show the trailer just one more time, and then we'll be back with the matches.
Outbreak is a community gaming event catered to our competitive and casual players. You'll find our grassroots community-led tournaments in the main stage, giving our local community players the spotlight to show off their skills. We have community activities such as casual gaming corners, plushie parades, stamp rallies, and doodle boards to keep casual players engaged. Play and connect through your favorite games. We also have artists and merchant exhibitors. Bring home something memorable from the event by dropping by their booths, because I know I will. Celebrate community, gaming and art. Play and connect here at Outbreak Cebu. Chase the tides with us this year at One Tree Plaza Hotel from July 25 to 26. See you there!
Alright, so again, July 25, 26 in Cebu. So, quick transition. Hello again, everyone. Let us begin the final phase of this tournament. Single bracket, 8 players, top 8. Confirming it right now. And starting the bracket. Go. What? Okay. So the final matches have begun. Players, please go ahead and look at the brackets. You should be paired up already. Rolling the dice for 4 tables. Stop. We're watching table 1. Okay, we are ready with Top Cut. We are going to be watching the very first table. This is going to be between Vince Angel Punay, Snivs, and our current Swiss King, Brian Zone Crisostomo. Now both players are again just using, it's kind of a mirror match. As far as I'm aware, Snivs is using the Marco Silva team. Again, Snivs is going to be using the Marco Silva team in the very first round of Top Cut. And Zone is using a very recent variation of this team that uses Furry Giraffe. Then again, it's all essentially the same foundations, just with different piloting needs and different, well, they are variations of the same team. Not saying that either of these are bad, but it's quite the mirror match actually. I'm excited to see how these two players will figure themselves out. And let's not go too long into it. They will be starting the match now. Zone will be leading with Aerodactyl and King Gambit here, whereas Snivs will lead with a more passive but kind of semi-guaranteed setup into the Trick Room. Intimidate will be going into that King Gambit. Sorry, Furry Giraffe and Incineroar come out for Snivs on the lead. Intimidate will be intimidating the Aerodactyl, dropping it down one stage for its attack, but Defiant on the King Gambit practically guarantees that it will be able to knock out the Furry Giraffe and disable its ability to cast or use, rather, whichever one you want to use, Trick Room. So Trick Room may not be able to go up here for this Furry Giraffe. Going on the team sheets here, again, this Furry Giraffe is carrying a Citrus Berry. There is no way to mitigate any damage coming from this King Gambit. And well, Aerodactyl is Aerodactyl. It is going to Mega Evolve on turn 1. And it is an interesting variation with Ice Fang. It does not have Protect. It does have Dual Wing Beat and Rock Slide as usual. But Burger the Incineroar will be faking out into the King Gambit, flinching it, making it unable to do anything this turn. Aerodactyl though, Zone's Aerodactyl will be using Rock Slide. Will it be getting the flinch into the Furry Giraffe though? It does not. Doggo the Furry Giraffe successfully gets the Trick Room up. The dimensions have twisted. Both the Furry Giraffe and the Incineroar are now the fastest things on the field. Or are they? King Gambit is not exactly known to be fast at all. King Gambit's also known as one of the slower Pokemon that can thrive in Trick Room, so this could be a bit of a conundrum. This Furry Giraffe really doesn't want to be looking at this King Gambit, but then again, this King Gambit also probably doesn't want to take a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. On the other hand, Aerodactyl's just on the side, relaxing. It can use Tailwind this turn, or not. I mean, why would it? If the Trick Room is up, the dimensions are there, so it's probably going to want to spam Rock Slide one way or another. Snivs, wanting to preserve his Furry Giraffe there, will be bringing it back, and in its place will be that Sylveon. In fact, both players pull out their partners and bring in Sylveon. Flare Blitz will go into that King Gambit, successfully knocking it out. Aerodactyl switching out, and in comes the Sylveon, and out goes the King Gambit. Incineroar takes a bit of recoil for its troubles, but that King Gambit is no more of a problem. Zone is going to have to think about who he's going to send out here. Will he be sending this Aerodactyl back out in the middle of this Trick Room, or would it not be in his favor? Now, the same thing can be said for Snivs. Whether he goes for the Aerodactyl mode or the Charizard mode here, it's gonna be difficult considering Trick Room is up. But Zone instead sends out his Garchomp. A bold move considering that Snivs also has his Sylveon on the field. Looking at the team sheets though, both Sylveon are modest, with the biggest difference being that Zone's Sylveon has Hyper Beam. It can do absurd amounts of damage if it ever so wanted to. Both are carrying a Fairy Feather. However, Sniv's Sylveon does have Yawn. Whether that's going to be used in this game or not remains to be seen, but it also has Hyper Voice and Quick Attack. No Wide Guard on the opposite side, so both parties are ready to just go for Hyper Voices here. Garchomp decides to protect itself, not wanting to take any extra damage. Incineroar, proving it is slower and thus faster in the Trick Room, hits that Sylveon with a parting shot. Switches out, and in comes the Farigiraf once more. Sniv's Sylveon possibly won the speed tie, but again, we're not too sure with the interactions here. Successfully gets a Hyper Voice in, but does not smack into the Garchomp. We also see that Sniv's Sylveon appears to do a little more damage, but that's because of the parting shot earlier. Can't forget the parting shot. So with enough of that done, this Sylveon on Zone side might not be able to do much at the end, even if it were to use Hyper Beam. Again, still 2 turns of Trick Room left. Doggo the Farigiraf does not have its Citrus Berry anymore. Or somebody correct me on that in the comments. I believe it has been brought down enough. But yes, this Farigiraf should still have enough gas in its tank to support this Sylveon. And yeah, Zone will be withdrawing his Garchomp, trying to preserve it for much later in case it comes down to the Charizard matchup. Helping Hand will go into that partner Sylveon. And okay, it was a speed tie. This time Zone Sylveon, I stand corrected, the Farigiraf still had its Citrus Berry anyway. Both Sylveons going for Hyper Voices here, left and right. This is the final turn of Trick Room. So this is going to be quite interesting. Again, the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon here may be the first ones to move on the next turn. But for now, both of these Pokemon have to stall out this final turn of Trick Room. Farigiraf, of course, Farigiraf can still do very Farigiraf-y things. And the thing is here, Zone Sylveon is not able to use Quick Attack into anything that Snivs does, but why would he want to? Yeah, the Farigiraf will be protecting itself here though. But yeah, Hyper Beam coming from Zone Sylveon into Sniv Sylveon here, but will that be enough? And it really is not. Rather than protecting out this final turn of Trick Room, Zone went for a gamble and went for that Hyper Beam, which just did not pay off. Zone now has to fight a 4v1 with that final Pokemon of his being that Garchomp. So yeah, this Garchomp has to do something here. Yeah, it goes for the Earthquake but does not take out the Farigiraf. Garchomp takes a little bit of Life Orb chip there, but yeah, Trick Room will once again go up on Sniv's side. Really goes to show how oppressive Trick Room can be with the right piloting. So now this Garchomp has to fight on the back foot. Sylveon from Snivs will once again be gracing the field. 14%, no priority available for this Garchomp. Helping Hand available from the Farigiraf into that Sylveon. Hyper Voice is going to do single targeting damage here, and it is going to be painful. Zone probably stalling out the rest of this match, trying to think of adjustments for game 2. He did go throughout the entire Swiss rounds without losing a single game, so perhaps he'll manage to do the same thing now. He can go into this whole tournament undefeated, but but he'll have to win through this. I mean, not necessarily undefeated game for game, but set for set. He has to try and maintain his Swiss King, but then again, I remember somebody telling me there is a Swiss King curse, wherein the Swiss King normally gets rocked at the very start of the top cut. And here, just like that, game 1 will be going to Snivs as the Garchomp falls on zone side. Are they starting? Oh, there it is. All right, let's go into game 2. Again, excited to see what kind of adjustments these players are going to bring into game 2. 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see. Let's go. Okay. Zone will be leading similarly to what he did with game 1. He's going to be they're both leading practically the exact same way, but is this going to play out the exact same way? Zone starts off the match with King Gambit and Aerodactyl. Likewise, Snivs did not make any further adjustments into his game plan. Leads the same way with that Giraffe and that Incineroar. So we know that last time the Giraffe managed to set up the Trick Room successfully by... Oh, okay. So Aerodactyl will be swapped out. Fake Out will not be going into that slot anymore. King Gambit successfully gets the Kowtow Cleave and the KO into that Giraffe. Trick Room will not be able to go up for Snivs in game 2. He'll have to work on the back foot here. A devastating turn 1 for Snivs, but Zone managed to adjust almost very, very perfectly. Or should I say, actually perfectly. For a Giraffe here, maybe now it's Zone's turn to set up the Trick Room. But with this Aerodactyl in its sights, the chances of flinch are never zero as long as Rock Slide shows up. A 30% chance per hit, all it has to do is not get hit by some rocks, right? For a Giraffe can definitely do that. So let's see. Burger, however, we also saw Burger the Incineroar knock out that King Gambit in a single hit, but that was only because the King Gambit in the previous game managed to get poked just ever so slightly. But yeah, Sylveon will be swapping in for its partner King Gambit here. And, well, Aerodactyl on Sniv's side has decided to command his Aerodactyl to go for the Flare for Tailwind. And Flare Blitz goes into that King Gambit slot, but unfortunately, Trick Room will also be going up into this turn. So the Tailwind was I'm not sure if that was a miscalculation or just out of disrespect for that Farigiraf, but that may have been, that was just not great. Snivs is now guaranteed to move at the very last. Whether that's on purpose or calculated remains to be seen, but I imagine that's not exactly what you want to do. Sylveon is now free to go for a Hyper Beam here at 36%. It really can just go for the Hyper Beam here if it really wants to. But yeah, Sylveon will be protecting itself. Not going for any attacks actually. And Aerodactyl going for a Wide Guard, anticipating a Hyper Voice from that Sylveon. Farigiraf instead uses Psyshock into that Aerodactyl slot. Gives it a good punch in the gut, 45%. Flare Blitz will be going into that Farigiraf though, taking away 52% of its HP. 3 turns of Trick Room left. Now the more interesting thing here is, again, this Sylveon is able to just go for the Hyper Beam if it is worried about that. If it is in fact worried about the Wide Guard coming out from the Aerodactyl consistently, it did just protect on the last turn. So we can probably surmise that this Sylveon is gonna wanna attack this turn rather than keep going for the protect, while Trick Room is still up and Tailwind is on the side of Snivs, on the back foot but not yet out of options. And yeah, Aerodactyl here will be trying to protect its team from any possible Hyper Voices coming from the Sylveon, but Sylveon instead just pokes it a little with Quick Attack. Farigiraf seals the deal, knocking out this Aerodactyl with Psyshock. The double into the Aerodactyl managed to take it out safely, while bringing it down enough to that Citrus Berry range. Yeah. Flare Blitz goes into the Farigiraf, and unfortunately for Snivs here, no Mega. We might have a problem. Tailwind is still up on your side of the field, sir. You will still be moving last. So this Sylveon, the Sylveon on Sniv's side is very, very healthy, but that might not be the case after this. That Tailwind may have been the undoing here. Farigiraf going for a helping hand, assisting its partner Sylveon, while Sylveon screams its heart out with that Hyper Voice. A critical hit on Burger the Incineroar. It drops down as Snivs calls it back into its Pokeball. And to make as if adding insult to injury, Zone Sylveon manages to survive that Hyper Voice with just 1%. Is that 1 HP or 2? Either way, 1% is 1%. Zone sends out his King Gambit once more. Neither of them using Megas in this game, but it looks like we are definitely going into a game 3. Sniv's probably biding the rest of his time, thinking about what he can do and adjust for the next game. But yeah, the opposing Sylveon on zone side will be going for that Hyper Voice. Hyper Voice on Sniv Sylveon. Unfortunately, there is one too many targets on the field still left. This King Gambit on zone side will seal the deal with Iron Head, knocking out Sniv Sylveon and winning his trainer the game. Game 2 will be going to zone. Just like that, we are going into a Game 3 scenario. Game 3, we are excited to see what kind of adjustments both players will be going for. Final game, the first round of Top Cut. Zone will once again be leading with Aerodactyl and King Gambit. It has not failed him so far. Sniv's on the other hand, leading with Charizard. Charizard and Aerodactyl, usually that is a pretty good combo, but in the face of another Aerodactyl, not exactly what you want to be facing, honestly. I said that twice. But yeah, Charizard does not want to be in this field right now, but then again, maybe it does. We never know what goes through the heads of these players, but yeah, there's certainly a play here, I believe. Because if we do take a look, the Aerodactyl on Sniv's side has a very, very interesting tech here that the Aerodactyl on Zone side does not have. And there it is, the Wide Guard. But yeah, that's not going to change too much. Tailwind will be coming out on Zone side, and Iron Head will instead be smacking into the Aerodactyl on Sniv side, bringing it down all the way to its Focus Sash. And yeah, this Charizard will be going for a Heat Wave. Both partners now down to their Focus Sashes. Now the thing is, with both of those down to the Focus Sash, we also saw that the Aerodactyl on Zone side did not take all that much damage. And they also have the Tailwind up. 3 more turns of this, and well, it could be a little difficult. But we also see that the Aerodactyl on Zone side has not Mega Evolved, so perhaps it is being saved for a Charizard in the back? We never know. But what we do know is someone could switch here or someone could go down. Either way, Zone has the speed control. He has the fake out pressure. He has the Rock Slide on with speed right there. And you know, we will not be seeing a late game Mega Evolution with a Charizard in the back. We'll be seeing it right now with the Aerodactyl on zone side, Mega Evolving. Aerodactyl for Snivs though, his own little Aerodactyl will be Wide Guarding, trying to protect itself from that, specifically the Rock Slide. And Kowtow Cleave will be going into the Charizard but will not successfully take it out. Heat Wave hits into zone side but misses the Aerodactyl. A very integral miss. A critical hit. That luck could have been used instead for hitting the Aerodactyl. The 4% should have been added to that Heat Wave. What an unfortunate miss. Opposing Aerodactyl is now able to just go for even more of these moves. It can safely just keep going for the Rock Slide while its partner whittles away at whatever Pokemon it wants on Sniv's side of the field. As long as the Aerodactyl on Sniv's side is locked into the Wide Guards, there's really not much, but well, the Sylveon is here, and that Sylveon does have Quick Attack. It can just poke into that Aerodactyl, preventing it from going for any more Wide Guards. But yeah, the Sylveon and the Aerodactyl on the other side. Wide Guard once again coming out from Sniv's Aerodactyl. No Quick Attack from the Sylveon. Oh, yes, there is a Quick Attack from the Sylveon, but Wide Guard is in fact still up. But, oh, this Charizard has managed to dodge it as well. That is not the only dodge here. A dodge for a dodge. But the Aerodactyl manages to survive. What a turn of events. A trade for trade. Missed the Heat Wave on the last turn? Fine. I'll just immediately dodge the dual wing beat on the next. But we can't actually relax yet here for Snivs. Tailwind is still up on zone side, but Burger the Incineroar might be able to save some time here. The Aerodactyl and the Sylveon do have Protect. They can protect themselves one way or another, but yeah, this Aerodactyl at 4% is food for Fake Out, but my goodness. This Charizard does not want to stay into this field. The Aerodactyl can still do many things here, but also the Sylveon is able to do... Okay, Sylveon will not be staying on the field. Instead, Farigiraf will be taking its place. Fake Out will not be going anywhere here. Protect from the Charizard, but if this Incineroar went for the Fake Out, it will be stuffed by that Farigiraf. Rock Slide hitting into Burger the Incineroar. But the Tailwind has petered out on zone side of the field. He is also free to just go for Trick Room. So, Burger here can do major amounts of damage into the Aerodactyl. I mean, it's only living at 4%. But it also needs to deal with this Farigiraf though. As long as this Farigiraf is up, the Sylveon is also able to do... Well, it's also able to, you know... It's gonna be able to play around in the Trick Room itself. But that's not what it's doing. It's just going for the Tailwind here. Farigiraf will be using Psyshock into the Charizard slot, which is now short the Garchomp. But Flare Blitz hitting the Aerodactyl for everything it's got. There is no Trick Room on the field. Bit of recoil for Incineroar there. But Yeah, this isn't the greatest position for either player. This can go either way. This Farigiraf is on the verge of just getting away with the game, considering Tailwind is also up for them. This Garchomp does not want to be here right now. This Sylveon is gonna be able to just eat. It's gonna appreciate a helping hand from its partner, Farigiraf, but this Garchomp is going to have to put in a lot of work for this to successfully work out. But this is the last two Pokemon on zone side of the field. If any debuffs were to happen, well, yeah. But Snivs will be switching his Garchomp out for his Charizard. Helping hand, here it comes. Will this be a Hyper Beam or is this going to be a Hyper Voice? And it is going to be the Hyper Voice. Both fire types on Sniv's side of the field managed to survive it. Flare Blitz into the Sylveon, unfortunately does not get the one. No, it does! That burn may just be enough. Burger takes itself out, but will this 6% into the Sylveon be enough? And it lives with just 1% remaining. Now the real question is, again, we know that Farigiraf can basically handle anything. Sylveon, however, it's not going to be able to survive the next turn. The burn is going to be too much, but Tailwind still up on... Well, Tailwind's still up on that Farigiraf, very healthy. It's gonna have to think of Trick Room eventually if it wants to stay ahead. But with 2 turns of Trick Room with Tailwind left, it does have the advantage of just going for the attacks here. But this Sylveon most likely will be going down at the end of this turn, so long as Snivs navigates this perfectly. There could be a protect from both. Yes, the Shork Garchomp will be protecting itself, and so will this Charizard. The sun's still up. Tailwind still up on the opposite side. Trick Room may not be the greatest move here. Hyper Voice coming from the Sylveon, hitting into nothing. Psyshock targeting into the Charizard, not doing anything. Now the real question is, how much speed is left? In fact, will Snivs even risk a double protect here on his Charizard? Either way, this Farigiraf is going to be able to move before the Charizard. Oh! But Earthquake goes first! Brings it down to 62%. Farigiraf will be hitting it with Psyshock. Unfortunately, Charizard will not be able to survive that. Opposing Tailwind. Now it's just a matter of, will this Garchomp be able to survive? I'm at a loss for words. Okay, Earthquake goes in, 12%. This Farigiraf will be consuming its Citrus Berry, but does it have enough in the tank to take 52% with the Psyshock into the Garchomp? And it does not. Garchomp may be able to take this as long as the rolls are good enough. We know that it can take a lot of damage, but one-on-one, this can go either way. What a thrilling match. Farigiraf will just be... Both players probably gambling on this, hitting high rolls and low rolls, but I believe this Farigiraf may be able to take out the Garchomp. At the same time, this Garchomp is able to take out this Farigiraf. So, let's see. And it does it. Hopes and dreams aside, this Garchomp had a hope and it has achieved the dream. Successfully knocks out that Farigiraf. Wins his trainer the game and the set. The first round of Top Cut goes to Vince Angel Punay, Snivs. Yeah. Wow. That was something. Oh, it appears that... Okay, I guess we're gonna follow through with Snivs and Abin. Since it appears that our top 4 other seed, top 4-2, has already... they've already begun. So to maintain the integrity, we will be watching Snivs and Abin's next match. It is time for the second round of Top Cut. We weren't able to catch the other side of the bracket, but we will once again be spectating Vince Angel Punay versus Neil Arvin Cerato. Both of the players have already been featured in previous 3 matches here, but I do have to emphasize both of these players are champions within their local regions. Abin is a local champion in Iloilo. He recently won the Anistar Poke Plaza tournament, and what a win that was. Sniffs, on the other hand, a tried and tested player. He won Outbreak 2025 last year, and he's one of the stronger players of Cebu. So both of these are the best in their regions, but both of them are also quite friendly with each other. All of Vismin is actually quite friendly with each other, and we all practice regularly together. So this will be a hell of a match to watch. And yeah, both players are bringing very similar teams once again. Not much variation to these Charizard teams, but yeah. What variation do you need? If it works, it definitely works. Snivs will be leading with the tried and tested Incineroar and Farigiraf. At the same time, Abin will be leading with the tried and tested Incineroar and Aerodactyl lead. Both players are actually quite fluent in the language of Fake Out Parting Shot Incineroar, but only one of these Incineroar is able to fake out this turn. And yeah, Abin is not able to fake out into Snivs due to the existence of that Farigiraf. But that's probably not gonna matter too much. Abin has decided, okay, I think you're gonna set up Trick Room, so I'm going to play in your Trick Room. Pulls out the Aerodactyl and instead sends in the Sylveon. And just like clockwork, there it goes. Trick Room will be coming up from the Farigiraf. Little Hood and all 4 turns of Trick Room remain. Sylveon on the Bean side does have the ever-present Hyper Beam. And we're gonna be very excited to see if he will be clicking into Hyper Beam. But no, Snivs calls out his own Farigiraf and sends in his own Sylveon. And turns out Burger may be slower than Abin's own bigger Incineroar here, parting shots into that Sylveon, hopefully trying to mitigate as much damage as it can. And this Farigiraf just comes back in. Darkest Lariat coming from the Incineroar on the Bean side hits the former Farigiraf slot. It's almost like they just used Ally Switch. Hyper Voice barely does anything into the Farigiraf, about 25%, 26%. Sylveon, on the other hand, yeah, shrugs it off, both the Darkest Lariat and the Hyper Voice. Now again, we have to note here that Sniv's Sylveon does not have Hyper Beam. Farigiraf giving it a little help here with a helping hand, but Abin follows suit. You know what? I can do the same thing. I'll just parting shot your Sylveon, then we both have weakened Sylveons. In its place will be the King Gambit though. And yeah, just trading blow for blow, Hyper Voice for Hyper Voice. Here it goes. Doggo reduced down to its own Citrus Berry. But 2 turns of Trick Room left. Both King Gambit and Sylveon do want to play in this Trick Room. Bigger question is, will the King Gambit on a Bean side be faster in the Trick Room? And we won't know because it manages to protect itself. Hyper Voice coming from the Sylveon with that assisted helping hand for the Farigiraf will be screaming into Abin's own Sylveon. At the same time, Abin's Sylveon also screaming into. This is a Hyper Voice match. But the battle of attrition looks like it's about to end soon. King Gambit still pretty good up there. But again, we don't know the speed interactions here. Abin not risking it, pulls out his King Gambit and instead sends Incineroar back in. Intimidate goes up, but neither of these Pokemon on Sniv's side particularly care about attack drop. Helping Hand will once again be helping out the Sylveon. Sylveon for Abin will be protecting itself. Hyper Voice comes out from Sniv's own Sylveon with the Helping Hand boost. Manages to take about 40+% into the Incineroar. The Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. Trick Room is no longer on the field. This means that both of these Sylveon are now the fastest things on the field. Incineroar, though, still cannot fake out into Sniv's side. But we know that it moves faster in the Trick Room due to the parting shots earlier. But yes, Snivs is pulling out his own Sylveon and sending in his own Incineroar. A battle of switching in and switching out. Doggo the Farigiraf will be protecting itself, and Sylveon does as Sylveon does. Will be going for that Hyper Voice once more, despite the reduction in its special attack. Does still a very hefty 27%. Darkest Lariat went into that Farigiraf there, managed to protect itself, but this may be quite difficult. But Incineroar on Sniv's side, Burger can use Fake Out, and does so successfully, bringing that Incineroar on the Bean side, the White Cat, down to its Citrus Berry. But Farigiraf will have to consume this Hyper Beam. A heck of a move. Now, Sylveon will not be able to move on the next turn though. Shork, the Paldean champion, will be coming out on Sniv's side, trying to wreak as much havoc as it can. Incineroar does not want to be within the... Neither Incineroar probably wants to be hit by any Earthquake here. Sylveon, a bit of a sitting duck, will not be able to do anything. I mean, that's just the main drawback of having a move so powerful, such as Hyper Beam. Burger, though, healthier than a Bean's Incineroar, still with its own Citrus Berry intact. Ready to still do even more damage if it needs to. A Bean sends his King Gambit out in place of its Incineroar, tagging out and tagging in. Shork will be going for the Stomping Tantrum into that King Gambit slot, or into the former Incineroar slot, knocking out the King Gambit. And Sniv's own Incineroar, Burger, will be... Okay, Sylveon must recharge, but Flare Blitz from the Incineroar will smack right into that Sylveon, knocking it out as well. A double KO from Sniv's to a Bean. The remaining Pokemon being the King Gambit and the Aerodactyl here. Ow. Or no, the King Gambit was just taken out, right? The remaining Pokemon, just the Incineroar and the Aerodactyl. Incineroar still has, well, Burger still has its Citrus Berry active. But both of these Pokemon can be faked out into. Not sure if Incineroar would want to fake out into the Garchomp here, considering the rough skin damage could be a factor into how much longer they can survive this matchup. But at the same time, Aerodactyl can just really go for it here. Pull the throttle and attack, attack, attack. It does have Ice Fang for the Garchomp. Snivs will be calling back Burger and sending in Sylveon in its place. And like clockwork, a Bean commands his Aerodactyl to go for the Mega Evolution. But the real question is, will this be an Ice Fang? The Garchomp protects itself, trying to anticipate that possible Ice Fang from the Aerodactyl, and here it comes. Yes, it is the Ice Fang. Flare Blitz, though, will be connecting into the Sylveon, knocking it out. Bit of recoil, but that's just the price we pay. Now Burger the Sociable is here once again. But Shork, the Garchomp, really does not want to be hit by that Ice Fang. The thing is, a Bean could protect his own Aerodactyl here, but at the same time, Burger the Incineroar can just pivot back out, consistently knocking down this Aerodactyl's ability to keep coming in and out. Fake Out goes into that Aerodactyl slot though, trying to bite out more damage. Aerodactyl flinches, not able to do anything. Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp will be hitting into the Incineroar, not enough to take it out. But that recoil damage is slowly whittling away at the Garchomp. And Flare Blitz will be coming from a Bean's Incineroar into Burger, knocking it down into Citrus range. Oh, wait a minute. Citrus Berry is on the Farigiraf. This Burger is carrying Charcoal. Would you look at that? Shork going for the protect here. And Rock Slide coming from the Aerodactyl. Not hitting Shork, the Garchomp, but will 100% be smacking into Incineroar. Burger really didn't want to take that hit. And, well, we see that the double up coming from the Aerodactyl and the Incineroar on a bean side, slowly, meticulously taking out both the Garchomp and the Incineroar here. Well, Ice Fang is not the most accurate of moves. There is still a shot, but it is a hell of a long shot. And Ice Fang will go into the Garchomp, but it fails to get the KO. That is some very integral knowledge, actually. But Aerodactyl will manage to just keep on going, as Aerodactyl does all the time. Incineroar going for a parting shot, almost as if it was a trash talk in the process. Shork, no matter what it does, will be going down this turn. It does not have enough in its tank. I believe this is it. Snivs may have to think about adjustments he can make for Game 2 here. Ice Fang will once again be going into Shork, taking it out, and, well, winning a bean Game 1. Here we are, Game 2. As we slowly inch closer and closer into the Grand Finals. Will Abin be taking this with a 2-0, or is Snivs going to be taking this back? So again, we are excited to see what kind of adjustments both of these players have managed to think of. Snivs no longer leading with that Farigiraf, instead leads immediately with the Sylveon and the Incineroar. Still, his signature Incineroar Burger on the field once more. We really gotta note though that, again, Abin Sylveon still has Hyper Beam. And I believe it may be enough to knock out the Incineroar after Aerodactyl does its own little thing. And then again, okay, so Aerodactyl on Abin's side will be switched out for the Incineroar. Of course, Fake Out will once again be going, but it goes into the Sylveon, not into the Aerodactyl though. A heck of a predict. On the other hand, Sniv's own Sylveon goes for the Hyper Voice. Now, Fake Out is available on Abin. Will this Sylveon on Sniv's side be protecting itself from that Fake Out, or will it be going into Burger? Either way, this could be a toss-up. The little blue fox and the little pink fox just kind of vibing, waiting for their trainer's orders. Both these Incineroar... Oh, okay, so Snivs is withdrawing the Incineroar and instead sending in the Farigiraf in case of a Fake Out. And there it is, trying to learn from his former opponent, Brian Crisostomo's zone. But Hyper Beam will be hitting into that Farigiraf, and it fails to knock out the Farigiraf. My goodness, it was just enough to survive that hit. And yeah, Sylveon will once again be constantly using Hyper Voice here. But Farigiraf may not have anything left to set up the Trick Room, but does it really want to? I mean, the opposing Sylveon is now unable to do anything because of the hyper beam it just used, allowing Sniv's own Sylveon to knock the opponent out with its own hyper voice. But just like that, Trick Room successfully goes up. And there it is, the Jet 2 Holiday and Aerodactyl. Unfortunately, both of these Pokemon are very fast in the Trick Room. Neither of them really want to be in there though. While Garchomp is able to do spread damage through Earthquake, yeah, not exactly where we want to be. And yeah, with both of them being physical attackers, Incineroar can just come in and slowly whittle these two away. And the Mega Evolution coming from the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl goes for that Wide Guard, trying to protect its entire team. Sylveon though, Hyper Voice, of course that's not gonna work anymore. The Wide Guard was right there. And a very tactical move by Abin here. Earthquake hitting into both Burger and Sylveon. But that Garchomp is taking a bit of recoil. Now the fun thing here is the Aerodactyl on Abin's side does not have Protect. Right, so we know that the Garchomp itself can protect, but yeah, Sniv seems to have targeted into the Garchomp here, and Sylveon goes for that nap time onto the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl will be moving last though. Rock Slide does not even take out Incineroar. Exactly why this Pokemon is so oppressive. Final 2 turns of Trick Room. It's gonna have to use Wide Guard one way or another, right? Of course, again, Incineroar is able to just constantly go in and out here. And yeah, Sylveon there with the Detect, trying to protect itself from whatever's coming. And the parting shot finally coming in from the Incineroar towards that Garchomp, telling it, you know what, I'll be right back. The constant intimidates are just gonna keep piling up and up and up. This sad Aerodactyl is going to eventually have to succumb to its drowsiness here. Who is Snivs going to send in place of that Incineroar? Will it be his Mega or will it be the Farigiraf? And we'll see that it is the Farigiraf here. Earthquake will be coming from the Garchomp. Doesn't affect the Aerodactyl, and the Sylveon was protecting itself. But look at that, even with a Life Orb, it barely scratches the surface. Rock Slide will be coming from that Mega Aerodactyl. Will this be enough to KO the Farigiraf? No, it is not. And Aerodactyl falls asleep. The final turn of Trick Room has begun. Now, the real issue here is the Garchomp's gonna have to do something to take out this Farigiraf on the next turn, but no, Sniv says, I'm gonna be really sure here. Sends in the Incineroar once more, just constantly whittling it away, ensuring itself of a win. Hyper Voice coming from that Sylveon pokes the Aerodactyl for about 47%. This will be a 3-hit KO at best. Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal, but I don't think that matters way too much. Aerodactyl does not want to be in this situation right now. Burger, well, Snivs can hard switch out Burger here, sacrificing the Farigiraf, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He sends out Farigiraf in place of the Incineroar, and Earthquake will once again be coming from that Garchomp. This Garchomp already at -3, still doing a very substantial amount of damage into the Sylveon though. A Life Orb hit, But then we see the Hyper Voice finally take out this Garchomp, whittling it away ever so slowly. And we don't even get to see the Mega on Sniv's side. Burger the Sociable comes back out. If this Aerodactyl were to wake up this turn, maybe it wouldn't. Chances are the Fake Out will be coming in, and just like that, the forfeit comes from a Bean. Snivs will be taking this game and the set. The set? Am I thinking too far ahead? I'm not even sure. No, this is game 2. We still have a game 3. That was not the set. I am mistaken. Sorry, it's been a long night. What a fantastic adjustment from both players. Going into game 3, Snivs is going to once again lead with Sylveon and Incineroar. On the other hand, a Bean making a bit of an adjustment here will be leading with King Gambit and Incineroar. Going back through these sheets, that King Gambit does have a Focus Sash, so that's certainly something. Snivs will, however, be withdrawing his own Sylveon, his damaging piece, to make sure that Fake Out does not come in. King Gambit protecting itself. Incineroar, though, will be faking out, but no such thing will be happening. In fact, what a neutral turn. But we have to remember, King Gambit currently is at +1. So it can mess with this Farigiraf rather easily if it truly wanted to. But this Farigiraf also does have Protect, so it's not like the usual Farigiraf that don't. Kowtow Cleave will be hitting into nothing there as it targets into the Farigiraf. But a Beans Incineroar, slightly faster here, will be returning into its ball after sending out a parting shot into Sniv's own Incineroar. And yeah, we will be seeing that Snivs will be using Flare Blitz into the King Gambit. And the burn. This King Gambit, what a very unfortunate burn there. 10% chance, but then that +1 may have been completely mitigated now. On the other hand, Burger can hurt this Sylveon. At the same time, Sylveon does have the very funny button of a Hyper Beam. But instead, a Bean will be using Hyper Voice. Kowtow Cleave from the King Gambit hits into that Sylveon, the Farigiraf slot, which is now a Sylveon on Sniv's side. But as Incineroar does, he sends Sylveon a small parting shot as he returns to his trainer. And out once more comes... Oh, okay. So Snivs is leading practically the same way here. But is this really how you wanna attack it here? With the opposing Sylveon being right there as well. Now Hyper Beam and the Hyper Voice are going to be able to do such a insane amount of damage, but we have to remember that Sylveon on a Bean side is at -1. A Bean realizing, I don't think I want my King Gambit to go down right now. Pulls it back and sends in the Charizard. Sniffs his Garchomp, protecting itself. Hyper Voice hurts the opposing Sylveon, but Sniffs answers back. A call and response. Well, again, we know that both of these Sylveon appear to be speed tied, so it can go into either player. We just don't know who. It's coin flip. Something we do know though is that this Garchomp is able to go before the Charizard or the Sylveon itself. It does not have Rock Slide though. Stomping Tantrum, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, and Protect, and it has just burnt its own Protect. Not exactly a position you want to be in here. A Bean seeing that maybe my Sylveon isn't the one I want here right now, pulls it back despite having the clean shot into the Garchomp. Both players pull back their Sylveon and instead Sniv sends in the Farigiraf. And yes, we do see that Mega Evolution will be happening on a Bean's side. Mega Charizard Y is here once more. And the Stomping Tantrum goes into that Incineroar slot. 53%. Oh well, 47% rather. And we do see that Charizard will be going for Heat Wave, doing a absurd amount of damage. A critical hit on Shork, the Garchomp. Oh my. That shouldn't have done as much damage as it did, but it did. So that was very deeply unfortunate. Now there is still the choice of using Helping Hand into the Garchomp here, but that may be a little difficult considering the opposition. So a Bean here has chosen to send in his King Gambit in place of that Sylveon slot, or Incineroar slot rather, and Stomping Tantrum connects successfully into the King Gambit, knocking it out, but then that was kind of a dead slot anyway. This Charizard will now be able to just go for another Heat Wave, but instead it goes for a Weather Ball into the Farigiraf, which was protecting itself. Again, both players just going at it. A Bean here really doesn't want the Trick Room to go up. At the same time, Shork the Incineroar, Shork the Garchomp here at -2. It's not going to be able to do too much so long as it just keeps on taking these hits from that Incineroar's Intimidates. Stomping Tantrum once again goes into the Incineroar with the Helping Hand, just does not do enough damage. Both of them in the red. Incineroar munches down its Citrus Berry. Charizard uses Heat Wave, but this Farigiraf narrowly avoids it. Successfully dodges this move. And yeah, Flare Blitz in the sun will be not enough. Wow. And like clockwork, Burger the Sociable has returned. A little worse for wear here, but still very playable. Charizard probably not going to appreciate getting faked out in this scenario, but Doggo the Farigiraf definitely could do a few things here. Remember, any percent above 0 is still a percent that you have to deal with. But yeah, this Farigiraf will be protecting itself. I think that's going to be the main target point here. Charizard once again going for a Weather Ball. No fake out coming from Sniff's side. It's both Pokemon on a Bean side going for that attack into the Farigiraf. Incineroar though going for Darkest Lariat, bringing that Charizard down to size. Wow, okay, this will be the final turn of Sun. And so long as this Farigiraf stands, it may be an issue for a bean. And there we go. Helping Hand will be going into that Incineroar, but the question is, did a bean target into the Incineroar? No, goes for the Heat Wave. Will it be enough to take it out? Will the follow-up from a bean's own Incineroar be enough to take out Burger, the Incineroar? Will this Flare Blitz be enough? And it in fact is. And it survives with still 1% remaining. What a matchup. Sylveon at 24%, a little slower than the Charizard. Well, it doesn't have access to the Weather Ball anymore, so it doesn't have as much damage. It's gonna have to go for a single target Heat Wave, but there is a 5% chance to miss. A bean sends out his own Sylveon here in place of that Incineroar, trying to get the fake out. Weather Ball coming from a bean into that Sylveon, but will it be enough? No, it is not. Hyper Voice from the Sylveon does not take out the Charizard. This may be it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 may be going to a bean at this point. There may be nothing else here. Of course, there is still the choice of going for a Heat Wave miss, but I believe at this point... Oh, okay, so the Heat Wave finally connects even without the sun. Manages to knock out Sniv Sylveon and wins a bean Game 3 and the set. A bean will be moving on to Grand Finals. Alright, so we are now gonna go into Grand Finals between John Doe? John Doe and a bean. Alright, so whenever the players are ready. Apologies, moving the mic around. Okay, players are still setting up their lobby. And there we go, the lobby is set. Makes me wonder, who is John Doe? Charizard versus the Charmander. The grand finals of midweek smoke number 6 is about to commence. Just a little before midnight here, we will finally be finishing midweek smoke a little earlier than usual. So let's see what both of these players are bringing to the table here. Well, interestingly, not all that interesting. Nothing we haven't seen before. In fact, if we look at it piece by piece, it's almost a mirror match. With the main actually, this is a matchup Abane has just seen. This is the exact same team that Snivs has brought. I believe this is also the Marco Silva team that was used recently. So, John Doe here will be leading with King Gambit and Aerodactyl. In fact, they're both leading with King Gambit and Aerodactyl. But, no, there's practically no difference here. Both King Gambits are wearing a Focus Sash. At the same time, both Aerodactyls are using Aerodactylite. In fact, they also have the exact same moves. This is a mirror match of the Grand Finals. And one of these Aerodactyls has chosen to Mega Evolve just now. It's John Doe's. Oh, I spoke too soon. Abane's own Aerodactyl has chosen to Mega Evolve as well. Both of these trainers have Mega Evolved their Pokemon. Wide Guard, though, coming from Abane's side, will not allow the Rock Slide from John Doe's Aerodactyl to come through. Iron Head, coming from John Doe's King Gambit, will be knocking Abane's down to the red at 10%. At the same time, this is a mirror match of a game. However, there's one big difference. It appears that Abane's own Aerodactyl appears to be a little bulkier. But in place of that Mega Aerodactyl will be that Farigiraf. Farigiraf, as we know in the previous game with Snivs, was causing several levels of trouble for Abane. Question is, will this be piloted practically the same way that Snivs has handled this matchup? But Abane, learning from before, will be switching out his own Aerodactyl for that Garchomp. King Gambit, though, wearing the Focus Sash, will not go down so easily. Instead, he goes for a Kowtow Cleave directly onto that Farigiraf, bringing it down all the way to 18% HP, down to its Citrus Berry, forcing it to consume that berry. But the Trick Room is up. Now, we did see earlier that the King Gambit on John Doe's side kept moving before the King Gambit on Abane's side. But there is no Farigiraf on Abane's side. There is nothing stopping the opposing King Gambit from using Sucker Punch into the King Gambit on Abane's side. At the same time, Abane can just say, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it, and use this Garchomp to go for a Earthquake here. Farigiraf using Psychic. The opposing King Gambit on John Doe's side will be protecting itself. No, Abane's King Gambit was the one protecting itself. The Garchomp, however, will now be going for an Earthquake. Will this be enough to take out the Farigiraf? It is not Farigiraf is just that darn bulky. It's also not enough to take out the King Gambit on the opposing side. But we have to note here, if King Gambit and Farigiraf do double into Garchomp, it will be able to take it out, but King Gambit attacking into the Garchomp might tip it over. I mean, rough skin. Okay, so Farigiraf will knock out a Bean's King Gambit. A fair trade here. And Kowtow Cleave coming from the King Gambit on John Doe side will not be able to knock out the Garchomp, but Rough Skin does successfully take out the King Gambit. And Stomping Tantrum finally takes out the Farigiraf. This was a heck of a trade, and because of that Stomping Tantrum, the recoil from Life Orb also takes out the Farigiraf. There are no Pokemon left on the field. All of them have successfully taken each other out. Talk about a devil standoff here. The final Pokemon on John Doe's side will be Sylveon, but Abean's final two Pokemon will also be Aerodactyl and Sylveon. Now, John Doe, Sylveon, practically the same as well. Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, and Protect. Wide Guard coming from the Aerodactyl there, but Quick Attack easily makes short work of it. Abean's own Sylveon will be using Hyper Voice, takes out about 52%. Now the real question is here, are they gonna go for it? Are they going for the Hyper Beams here to try and get those KOs? Abean will be commanding his Sylveon to go for the Detect, but yeah, here it comes. The Hyper Beam, a desperate final move. But will it be enough? Will either of these Sylveon's Hyper Beams knock each other out? Abean going for a very safe hit here with the Hyper Voice, leaving it at 1%. Will Hyper Beam from the opposing Sylveon knock it out though? Will that be his undoing? And it will not. Sylveon still has 18%. The other Sylveon, John Doe Sylveon, now has no choice but to take this hit. John Doe Sylveon has fallen, and the very first game of Grand Finals will go to Neil Arvin Cerato, Abean. Here we are, the second game of Grand Finals. We still don't really know who John Doe is, but yeah, Abean, I do know who you are though. And for everyone watching on the stream, please, if you are planning to join this tournament, we really encourage you to use your real names. That way we can actually record who you are for the leaderboards. If you do not actually put up who your real names are, we're not going to be able to award you any points for the national leaderboard. I mean, come on. Is that really what you want? So going back into it, we're again excited to see how either of these are going to play out, how either player are going to adjust. But that was a hell of a Mexican standoff earlier with all four Pokemon going down on the same turn. I wonder if we'll be seeing the same thing. The combatants are ready, and they are starting. The same lead coming from John Doe, King Gambit, and Aerodactyl. However, Abean has changed up his strategy. He now is leading with Incineroar and Sylveon. A bit of an adjustment there, not really needing it. I don't know why, but King Gambit now has +1. It also does have low kick if we recall properly, and I do not think Incineroar will appreciate getting hit with a low kick here. John Doe tagging out his Aerodactyl for that Farigiraf, not allowing any fake outs to happen. And yeah, just like that, low kick will be coming in from the King Gambit towards that Incineroar. Not enough to take it out though, even at +1. But Flare Blitz from the Incineroar will bring this King Gambit down to exactly the same HP it attempted to take the Incineroar with. And I don't know if it's poetic, but in Abin's last game, he did also suffer a King Gambit burn, and he has returned the favor with a Flare Blitz of his own that has burnt his opponent's King Gambit. Farigiraf always going to be a problem, but if the Trick Room gets set up, what else is this King Gambit going to be able to do? Yes, it is now using Iron Head into the Sylveon, but even at +1 with the burn, it just wasn't enough. Sylveon here going for the Hyper Voice, knocks out the King Gambit successfully. And yeah, Incineroar going for a Darkest Lariat on the Farigiraf. Not enough to take it out. 2% remaining. The real question here is this Farigiraf choosing to attack? Or will it be, yes it is setting up the Trick Room. But we also have to note that both Sylveon and Incineroar are Pokemon that thrive within the Trick Room itself. Now both of these Sylveon are modest nature, so I think this will once again go into speed tie several times over. But Abin, Sylveon, and Incineroar are not looking too great. They're not looking too fresh here. Abin seeing that, I can still use the Incineroar here. Pulls Incineroar out and tags in the King Gambit. Farigiraf will be using Thunderbolt into the Sylveon. Sylveon hangs on with just 1%, but the Sylveon on John Doe's side successfully wins the speed tie. Or did it? Gets the Hyper Voice off, but then, yeah, there's nothing the Incineroar can do here. It can't even go for the fake out. So instead, Abin is sending out the Farigiraf. I mean, the Aerodactyl to face off against this Farigiraf. That's what I wanted to say. Now we have to remember this Farigiraf does have Wide Guard, but the Sylveon has Hyper Beam. Now, is that really something you want to burn out right now? It's become a battle of Sylveons, to be honest. And yeah, just like that, Hyper Voice comes out from the Sylveon and takes out the King Gambit, but fails to knock out the Aerodactyl. Rock Slide will be hitting into both Sylveon and Farigiraf, but with it being the slowest thing on the field because of the Trick Room, this may not be the greatest time ever. Incineroar does come back in with the Intimidate, but no, neither of the Pokemon on John Doe's side really care about that Intimidate at all. And Incineroar cannot use Fake Out with the Farigiraf in its face. So Aerodactyl here will be going for Wide Guard. But Sylveon anticipates it. John Doe commands that Sylveon to just go for the quick attack. You know what? That thing's on its last legs. Just knock it out. Farigiraf goes for a Thunderbolt but does not take out the Incineroar. Incineroar, however, will be punching through the Farigiraf. But what's it gonna do next? It still has to face this Sylveon and the Aerodactyl on the opposing side. Here it is. So Bean might have to think about what he has to do for Game 3 here. Yeah, there's the forfeit. That adjustment for the Game 2 might not have been it. I'm sure these two players will get back into the game, but this can really go either way with these mirror matches. Both players have locked in, and this is the final match of the 6th midweek smoke. John Doe leading the exact same way once more with Aerodactyl and King Gambit. Abin makes a very slight adjustment here, making very small adjustments from his lead from game 1, then his leads into game 2, and now he has led with Aerodactyl and Sylveon from the get-go. Now we did see the speed interactions between all these Pokemon before, but we know that the King Gambit also has a Focus Sash, so it can't just go down in one hit. And we also know that the Farigiraf could be lurking in the back, preventing any quick attacks from the Sylveon in case this King Gambit is brought down to its last legs. Abin will be calling back his Sylveon though, and instead will be sending in his Garchomp. Mega Evolution coming from John Doe. His Aerodactyl has Mega Evolved, gaining that Giga Chad chin and those spikes. But Abin responds in kind. You're not the only Giga Chad here. I am too. Both of them with those jaw lines, but then Ice Fang coming from John Doe's Aerodactyl smacks into it, but Abin seeing, I think I can see the future a little. Instantly goes for a Tailwind, sacrificing that Mega Aerodactyl. Wow, Aerodactyl gets doubled on by both King Gambit and the Mega Aerodactyl on John Doe's side, but they successfully get the Tailwind up. The big issue here is the King Gambit and the Aerodactyl on John Doe's side are going to be a bit on the back foot here without the Tailwind. But the Aerodactyl on John Doe's side, we know that King Gambit from Abin can knock it out in one hit. We've seen it before. And John Doe responds in kind, you know what? I'm definitely faster than a lot of you. But low kick will be coming from John Doe's own King Gambit into Abin's, forcing it on its Focus Sash. Iron Head will, however, be smacking into the Aerodactyl, knocking it out. Also, a call and response there. And just like that, we will be seeing this Sylveon once more. Tailwind coming up from both sides. This could go either way. This Sylveon can in fact just go for a Hyper Voice and is going to be devastating. At the same time, this Garchomp, okay. So, the King Gambit on Abin's side is choosing to protect itself, and Jet 2 Holiday, the Garchomp, will be going for that Earthquake, bringing the opposing King Gambit on John Doe's side down to red. But nothing is stopping this Sylveon from going for a Hyper Voice to knock out the Garchomp. Jet 2 Holiday, the Rough Skin will finally knock out the King Gambit though. And yes, Hyper Voice will come from that Sylveon 100%, knocking out Jet 2 Holiday, the Garchomp. Now we're finally gonna see who the final Pokemon is on both sides. So there it is, Sylveon comes out once again on Abin, but the Farigiraf was there this whole time. But the thing is, John Doe has one extra turn of Tailwind up. King Gambit is not able to use Sucker Punch here. What an endgame! Okay, so John Doe has chosen to protect his own Sylveon here though. Abin going for a Hyper Voice, doing a very substantial amount of damage, a critical hit into the Farigiraf, forcing it down into its Citrus Berry. Kowtow Cleave goes into that Farigiraf and will actually take it out. That critical hit was integral. No. Sylveon here on John Doe's side can go for the quick attack into the King Gambit, but then we know that its Hyper Beam cannot successfully knock out the Sylveon on Abin's side. There we go, the Hyper Voice. Abin protecting both of his Pokemon here, and the Tailwind has petered out. Now this could be anyone's game. Again, both Sylveons do have quick attack. King Gambit, on the other hand, while it does have protect, yeah, it goes for the Sucker Punch here, brings it down to 14%. And Abin Sylveon wins the speed tie, gets the Hyper Voice, knocks out John Doe's own Sylveon, and manages to win him the game. The winner for the 6th midweek smoke is Neil Arvin Cerato, Abin. Now, I did mention several times before that he's eventually gonna win one of these, and yeah, fantastic. What a fantastic final game. So, yes. Let's see, let's transition this real quick. That was pretty good. That was a fantastic midweek smoke. Another one for the books. Probably the earliest one we've ever finished, but yeah, this is pretty awesome. That was a very fun endgame, honestly. And our players sure gave us a hell of a match. Pretty proud of how everyone played despite the mirror matches, but yeah, that was fantastic. Okay, so for all the winners, specifically first place, please DM me for your prizes. They are still there. For Giraffe, Rotom, or Whimsicott, you can or cannot claim them. I don't mind either way. They're shiny Pokemon. Or you can donate them for the next one. That's happened one too many times. But yes, this is the end of the 6th midweek smoke. And I hope you guys will join us for the next one. I will be announcing several changes though to how we do the team sheet errors. And I am still looking for... Oh, wait. I am still looking for additional judges and mods for the tournaments. That would be awesome. For anyone who wants, please DM me. My inbox is very open. And yes, thank you so much everyone for watching the 6th midweek smoke. Anybody watching who wants an ad slot, I'll give it to you. Just let me know. Fellow PGP friends, I got you. We can advertise. Actually, I plan to advertise several tournaments each time we do midweek smoke. So there's a good chance I'm going to start collating the different tournaments. Speaking of different tournaments, have I introduced? No, I definitely have. Again, if you are in Cebu on July 25 and 26, please consider joining the Outbreak VGC tournament. There is... What's that? Me? Right now, we have an 8,000 peso prize pool. You heard that right. The prize pool is currently at 8,000 pesos. And there's a really nice trophy. I can't exactly reveal it just yet, but I will soon enough. Again, if you are in Cebu on July 25 and 26, please consider joining the Outbreak VGC tournament. So, that being said, I'm going to end the broadcast tonight. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one.